In fall intermediate heifer is going to go to back number 170, Presley Henkes with KLD bottoms up 975G. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now going to look in ring 1 for Class 7A summer intermediate heifers. And it looks like we are about ready to get started over here in the Santa Gertrudis ring. We'll be starting with your junior show. We'll be looking to start with Class 1 early summer heifer calves born May 1st and after.
Will it? Hello. Technical difficulty. Hello. Hello.
Test. Check, 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 1, 2. Test, 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 1, 2. Yeah, you just got to talk harder.
Okay, I'm good. Well, after a little intermittence there with a technical difficulty on the Santa Gertrudis side, it certainly is a pleasure to be here this morning or afternoon and sort through your junior cattle. Interesting class that we've got here, and not really one heifer that just jumps out at you as far as being a runaway. I think all three have their good qualities, and one thing or two that you appreciate about them. Heifer that we're going to use to start the class with certainly the most powerful hip, the biggest pinned heifer in the class. Probably one of the stoutest footed, the biggest footed heifers that we've got out here. One of the longer bodied heifers. If I could change her at all, I'd certainly like to just neaten her up in that shoulder, maybe just make her a little bit stronger behind those shoulders, but certainly a heifer that does what we need to do in terms of performance and mass and power. The heifer that we've got in the second hole probably balances out a little bit better on the side profile. I think that she's a little bit more uniform in terms of her depth from her forerib back to her flank. Heifer that we like in terms of that, just like to stretch her out just a little bit more. The heifer that we're rounding the class out with is a heifer that to me is just a little more frailer in her bone work, maybe not quite the foot size, just a little bit greener in the condition today to compete with the others.
Check, 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 check.
Well, in our summer intermediate division out here, I think we've got 4 nice females. The female we're going to start off with for me out here is one I think probably puts the most good together in my eyes. She's an up-headed kind of a female that's still real youthful about her front end. One that's smooth-shouldered, and her shoulders lay into her foreribs so nice, long and loose in terms of that top line. She's beautiful in terms of her underline, how proportional and stout she is. One that's good in terms of her feet and legs out here. Real nice kind of a female. Female that comes out next in second is one that sure is big hip. She's one that's wide in her pin set. You sure like how big-footed and deep-heeled she is, yet at the same time she's a stout-structured kind of a female, yet still clean in terms of her joints. Where she gives up, where I see them different in my eyes out here, she wants to be just a touch shorter necked out here. We'd like to smooth her up right at the point of her shoulder. But in terms of being one as fresh in her design and one that being very stout, she does that quite well. Dark red heifer right behind her is one that comes out. She's got plenty of body to her. She maybe is just a touch straighter off of both ends for me out here today. We'd like to trim her up down through her chest floor. And the heifer that we round the class off with does have the advantage of being long made. She's good on her feet and legs. She's one that's maybe just a nickel tougher to work with out here today. We'd like to loosen her up just a touch in terms of her underline. Nice set of females. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Result of Class 7A, first place, and your champion summer intermediate heifer. We'll go to back number 175, Colton Christensen with Sprague's Apple. Second place and reserve champion in that division will go to back number 300, Lucy Carmen with XS She's the One. Third place in that division goes to back number 174, Bennett Burend with Miss BC Genie. And fourth place, go to back number 175, Jace Cunningham. Now in Ring 1 is Class 8A, Spring Intermediate Heifers, born between April 1st and June 30th. Currently over in your Santa Gertrudis ring, we have the results of your first class. First place went to back number 101, Emily Wiley. Second went to back number 100, Riley Wheeler. And third to Jesse Coker. Now in Ring 2 is Class 2 Late Junior Heifer Calves, born between March 1st and April 30th.
little more challenging class over here on this side. A heifer that we're going to use to win the class that to me certainly outpowers everything in the class. When you view her on the side profile, you love the depth of body that she has. You love the center mass that this heifer carries. When she puts her foot down on the ground, she puts it down with some authority and a big old stout foot. And then you watch her in motion, maybe just like to change the way that she sets those back feet down just ever so slightly. She wants to roll out just a little bit. But when you talk about performance and cow power and still keeping a really nice look and a really nice angle through that front end, I think that she does it and she wins the class rather handedly. Then we get into three other heifers that it's give and take. I think the heifer that most follows our first place heifer in terms of power and width down her top and from that shoulder all the way back probably has as much muscle as anything in here and sets down with the second in her feet would be the heifer that we've got in the second hole. If we could change anything about her compared to the heifers on either side of her, just like to see her a little broodier in her makeup, just like to see her have a little bit more body than what she's showing me. The heifer that we've got in the third hole certainly does that. She's certainly one of the more capacious females that we have out here. Really like her center body. You like the depth that she has through that chest floor and through that heart region. To me, she wants to get underneath herself just a little bit, wants to get a little softer in those pasterns, maybe wants to get a little more angle to that set on those back legs than what I'd like to see, but a good heifer in her own right. The heifer that we've got in the fourth hole is undoubtedly the greenest bodied heifer in the class. I think this one has a ton of future in front of her. Once she spends a little more time in front of a feed bucket, she's really angular, she's really feminine. I think this heifer's best days are ahead of her.
Well, congratulations in ring 2, results of class 2 in your Santa Gertrudis ring. First place will go to back number 110, Landon Stem, with Top Shelf Champagne. Second place will go to back number 105, Carly Buggs. Third will go to back number 107, Emma McCone. And fourth place will go to back number 108, Rhett Harrington. Now in ring 2 will be class 3 early junior heifer calves born between January 1st and February 28th.
On the mini side of things, I think we've got three really nice females over here. And our top two are our first and second, I should say, in this class that are out here in front of me. I think they pair up quite nice. The heifer we're going to elect to start off with in this class, I think she's one that probably balances up so good when you talk about one being up-headed and tying in smooth and neat up through her front end. At the same time, she's long and loose in her spine. She's good on her feet and legs when she goes. She's got some power. She's got some volume to go with it. She does it in a real modern look that comes out here very eye appealing and puts it all together. The female that comes out right behind her in second is one we'd like to smoothen her up through her shoulders. We'd like to tuck her in through her chest floor just a touch, but she is one of the longest spine females we've got out here in this class. She's so level and square and true back through her tail head set in her hip. She plants it down on a big foot and leg out here. She's one for me if we could go through and change her ever so slightly. As we said before, we'd like to smoothen her up on that front end. Nice heifer we've got here to round the class off with. One that's good in terms of her running gear. You like the spring and shape she's got to her body. She's one that's got some width and power to her. She's one for me. We just like to lengthen her out as we compare to those top two heifers out here. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in ring 1, class 8A. First place will go to back number 179, Knox Shipley with GF Miss 825G. Second place goes back number 178, Holly Schaefer with BGB Georgia, and third will go to back number 180, Mackenzie Boyer. Now in ring 1 will be class 8B, your final class before we select your champion reserve intermediate heifer.
Very good class, and when I judge, sometimes I have a bad habit of locking in on one that I like an awful lot. The one that we're winning this class with, folks, I think she's awfully good. I think she's very unique in the way that she's made. So big in terms of her features, in terms of her footwork and her legs. She's great in her running gear. She's just right in the rig and condition they've got her in. But to go with that, she gives you such a real cool look in a modern package out here, and still looks like a cow, but has so much eye appeal and balance to look like a show heifer out here. I like her an awful lot. If you're going to get nitpicky about this female, and this is being very nitpicky, she wants to be maybe just a touch thicker, deeper about her neck, and she's got a touch more chest on her that I like to see. But in terms of being complete and having some power and some bang out here, she does that quite well, and the young lady's done a great job of getting her shown. Congratulations to you. The female that comes out next in second is one that's presented to a T. She does have the advantage of being leaner through her chest floor. She's one that's level and square through her hip. She's probably more refined about her neck, or leaner about her neck, I'd say, but if we could change this female, we'd like to loosen her up in her spine. We'd like to free her up in terms of her wheels when she goes. Two nice heifers there. Female we round the class off with, young lady's doing a good job of staying right with her out here. She's got some spring and shape to her ribs. She's the right size for her age. She's one for me. We'd like to see some more bone and power in her. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Over on the Santa Gertrudis side, the two heifers that we've got out here are both extremely high quality, and I think that there's pieces and parts of each one of them that you'd like to take and put together, but I'm going to leave them standing the way that they are. The heifer that the young lady to my right showing, undoubtedly the most big rib, big bodied, broody made heifer that we've got in the class. Still keeps some angularity up through that front end. She's pretty level down her top. When she gets on the move, she wants to drop in those pins just a little bit more than what I would like to see. But I think that probably where that she beats the second place heifer is her shoulder placement. I think that she's a little bit more angular about that shoulder. Scapula lays back just a little bit more than than the heifer that we have in the second hole. I think she's a little bit neater through the point of that shoulder, and I think that's where that she beats the second place heifer. The heifer that we've got in second is one cool unit on the side profile. She is so long about her front end. She's so feminine about her head and neck. When this young lady gets her stuck, she's deadly on the profile. I just like to neaten her up in that shoulder. When you view her from the front and from a three-quarter view, she wants just to get a little bit more bold in that shoulder than what I'd like to see. But when you talk about one that's dead level and really cool, that's got a heck of a showman on it, the second place heifer's it. The third place heifer is one that I think has a tremendous amount of future in her. When you put this heifer in motion, I think that she's probably one of the sounder-made, sounder-footed heifer, looser-jointed heifers in the class. She's just really green. This heifer needs a ton more feed than what she's got in her. But when you look at her just like this, she's long about her front end, she's level down her top, she's strong by her shoulder, she's got a nice shape to her rib. She just needs more center body mass fed into her for a heifer of this age and to compete with the others. The heifer that stands behind her, I think, does have a little more mass and a little more center body. But to me, she wants to roll off her hip a little bit more. When he puts her in motion, she wants to get underneath herself a little more than what I'd like to see. She wants to get a little softer in those pasterns than what I like, but a nice heifer. The next two heifers in line, I think, get really close. I went with the heifer that, to me, maybe is a little more frail in her bone work compared to the last place heifer, but a heifer that I think is a little bit square. I think she's a little bit leveler from hooks to pins. I think she balances out a little bit better, but to compete with the heifers above her, she just needs more power. She needs more natural width. She needs more width from stifle to stifle and more width from pin to pin to compete with the others. This young man's calf that we're rounding the class out with is a good one in its own right. I think that we've got a little more horse than we've got jockey here. I think compared to the other ones, he's just lacking in show power. When he gets this heifer set, she looks pretty good. When he puts her in motion, she gets her head down. She doesn't want to carry her shoulder just quite right. She wants to get underneath herself a little bit more on the move. But a really nice class of heifers.
Well, over here on the mini Hereford side of things, we move into the intermediate division. We've got these two class winners that are in contention for champion out here out of this division. We've got the female that came out of our first class, as we talked about her before, one that's really athletic in the way that she's made. She's got plenty of flex knees off of both ends. The female you sure like the width of her skeleton she's got, the base width when she travels. Do a great job of getting her shown. She's an up-headed kind of a female that's still lean and trim through her front end. At the same time, she's long and loose in her spine and real level and square back through that hip. We come back to the young lady's female that just came out of our last class, and if you're around the ring and heard me talk, or she's one I like an awful lot. I think she's a big bone, big footed kind of a female. She's got such a cool sweep and spring to the center and lower portions of her body. At the same time, she comes out here in a very modern look, very fresh out here in terms of the way they've got her put together out here and fit to a T. A young lady, you're going to go ahead and be our champion out of this division. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations over here in ring one in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion intermediate heifer will go to Ella Weldon with FADEGG. Second place out of Ella's class exhibited by Mally Henkes. And congratulations, reserve champion intermediate heifer is going to go to back number 179, Knox Shipley with GF Miss 825G. Now over here in ring one, we'll look for class 9A winner intermediate heifers born between January 1st and March 31st, 2019. Back over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring, class 3 results. First place are back number 115, Gracie Pitchard. Second place go to back number 118, Demi Harrington. Third went to back number 116, Chad Coker. Fourth went to back number 113, Colby Anderson. Fifth goes to 180, Callie Kimball. And sixth place in that class will go to back number 112, Trip Nichols.
Three nice females we've got over here on the mini side of things, and I think you've got some differences all the way across the board. The heifer to start the class off with, for me, I thought she was probably the most unique up through that front end. I think she's long neck, she's smooth shouldered, one that gives you a lot of look and profile from the side, and then you get behind her on a 3/4 shot. She reads with a lot of dimension and volume. To go with that, she's a female that's got some bone and some substance. If you could change her ever so slightly, she's maybe pushing a little bit steeper in terms of her shoulder and a little bit more upright in her pasterns, but I like that female an awful lot. Female that comes out next in second is a lot like her in terms of type and kind. Here's one that's sound in terms of her running gear. She reads just a touch thicker and plainer about her front end, but she's so well balanced from her shoulders back. Beautiful in terms of her body shape and volume. She's one that's long and level back through her hooks and through her pins. She's one we just like to see her front end just a touch more chiseled from her shoulders forward. The heifer we round the class off with, she's big volume, she's sound on her feet and legs. For me, she gets a touch tighter in terms of her spine. She's one that gives up a little bit in terms of bone when you compare to those top two heifers. Nice set of females out here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 9A. First place will go to back number 188, Wyatt McIntyre with QM Cat ET. Second place will go to back number 187. Back number 187 will be Bennett Burrend, and third place will go to back number 186, Kaysen Pledger. Now in ring 1 will be Class 9B, winner intermediate heifers, born between January 1st and March 31st.
Well, if anybody ever needed any pointers on showmanship, these two young ladies right here could flat put it on it. These two could show for me anytime, anywhere, any breed of any show in the country. They can flat get it done. The heifer that I'm going to use to win, in my opinion, wins the class from the time that she hits the gate. She's super sound. She's super flexible. She moves with such ease and agility that I think that she kind of sorts herself to the top to go along with that. She's so nicely balanced in her rib shape. She's got a nice sweep to the center portion of her rib. She's neat in her shoulder. And if I could change anything about her, I might like to see her just a little more extended about her head and neck, but she's still feminine enough for me today, and she's dead level from her hooks to her pins. Just a really nice heifer. The heifer that we've got in the next hole is one that I really like in terms of the body mass that she has. She's super cool made from the side profile, probably a little bit more angular about that head and neck, a little more level from her hooks back to her pins. She's a little bit pinched whenever she gets behind her, and I think that's what gets her beat. She's not quite as much mass from stifle to stifle and from pin to pin.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place out of class 4 will be back number 123, Gracie Pitchford. Second place also to Gracie Pitchford. Third will go to back number 124, Aaron K. Daniel. Fourth to back number 119, Callie Kimball. And fifth will go to back number 121, Carly Buggs.
Well, in our early February class out here, really nice female we've got to lead off with. One that she's so cool up through that front end. She lays in through her shoulders so nice. Her neck up neat and smooth, the top side of her blades to go with that. When you get past her shoulders and you go back, she's so long and loose and functional. Very modern in terms of her look, but at the same time, she's stout featured. Probably doesn't have the body and rib shape we find in some of the other two heifers, but I think she's just right in terms of her rig and condition and the shape she's in right now. Awfully nice female. The heifer on the heifer that comes out in second right behind her is one that is a big volume, big rib kind of a female. She gets just a touch steeper in terms of her shoulder. She's one we'd like to to lay her back in terms of the point of her shoulder. We like to see her plant those feet and legs down just a nickel more comfortable when she strides out. But in terms of rib shape and having some width and thickness, she does that quite well. Female we round the class off with is the real up-headed kind of a female. She's one that's real smooth at the point of her shoulder. For me, she's just a touch sharper in terms of her hock. She's tighter in terms of her pasterns. We'd like to loosen her up from end to end when she strides out. 3 nice females. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 1, class 9B. First place will go to back number 583, Colby Sweeney with 6E STLZ Anna's Lucky On. Second place goes to back number 191, Haven Sandstrom. And third place will go to back number 190, Maddox Shipley. Now over here in ring 1, we're going to select your champion and reserve champion winner intermediate heifer.
As we come out and select your winter intermediate heifer out here, before we do that, let's give them a big round of applause on another tough division. I've said it all day as we keep coming across these classes and divisions. They get tougher and tougher out here. And we've got 2 good class winners. The female up front that we've got that came out of our first class is one you sure like her from a bone and a power standpoint. Plenty of substance about this female, and one that's got the right kind of body volume. She's very uniform in her body depth. As she's bowled through her forerib and deep in her heart, she maintains that depth back through her rear rib and flank. To go with this, when you get on the top side of her, any angle, she reads with plenty of width and dimension and natural thickness to her. She's a heifer I like an awful lot. The female that came out of our last class out here is one I think as you study her and as she has more time, I think she's going to be awfully good. She's long neck, she's smooth shouldered, she's one that's lean and trim in terms of her rig out here. To go with this, she's got an awesome set and build to her rear leg and down through her pastures, and she's big footed, and she's one that can really get out and motor around the ring quite nice. So I'll take one more look. We'll pick you a champion and get you a reserve after that. Congratulations to you.
As we begin to look at this class of Santa Gertrudis over here, heifer that we're going to use to win the class, which obviously has the most performance of anything in here, certainly the longest bodied, the most product in her. But when you get past the fact that she's the biggest and the highest performing heifer, this heifer's pretty good. She's really wide whenever you get behind her. She's wide from stifle to stifle with the biggest topped heifer in the class, the longest bodied heifer in the class. And if you look at her in terms of her body dimension, it being 3-dimensional, she probably has the highest volume and is the biggest footed, so she's going to win. The next heifer that we've got in the second hole probably follows her in most in type and kind in terms of her muscle shape and muscle dimension. Probably the second heaviest muscled heifer that we've got out here, probably the second biggest bodied heifer that we've got out here, just gets overpowered compared to the first place heifer. Then the heifer, the yellow heifer that we've got in the third hole, a nice heifer in her own right. To me, she just doesn't balance out quite as good. She gets a little tighter in that flank region, wants to get a little more sucked up in that hind rib, more than what I would like to see, wants to roll off in her pins a little bit more than what I'd like to see. But a heifer that's got some product to her, got some foot size, got some power, just needs to balance out just a little bit better.
Well, congratulations over here in your mini Hereford ring. Your champion winter intermediate heifer is going to go to back number 283, Colby Sweeney with 6E STLZ Anna's Lucky On, and reserve goes to back number 188, Wyatt McIntyre with QM Cat ET. Now in ring 1, we have your senior yearling class, an entry from Carly Kinder.
A single entry we've got over here in this November, and one that comes out, she's awfully good. She's one that's stout in terms of the way that she's designed and constructed. You sure like how fresh she is in terms of her appearance. To go with that, she's sound on her feet and legs. She's a big-bodied kind of a female. It's still burly in terms of the way that she's built. Got a lot of future and a lot of cow look about her. Congratulations to you, young lady.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior yearling is going to go to back number 192, Charlie Kinder with CK Yuma 815. We are now going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves over here in ring 1 to select a grand and reserve miniature Hereford female. Back over here in your junior Santa Gertrudis ring, we have the results of Class 5. First place goes to back number 126, Rhett Harrington. Second will go to back number 125, Trip Nichols. And third will go to back number 127, Bailey Wiley. Now in ring 2, we are also going to select your champion and reserve champion heifer calf.
As we look at all of our class winners in the calf division on the Santa Gertrudis side, I think that there's certainly quality that stands out. The calf out of the first class, a calf that we talked about in class, love the power, love the dimension that this calf has, tremendous amount of width when you get behind it for its age and for its body condition as well. Not the most overly fat thing in the class, but certainly one that's got some power and got some mass to it. Just like to maybe strengthen it up right behind those shoulders a little bit, wants to get a little bit weak. The heifer out of the second class, we really admired her in terms of her body mass and dimension and the broody appearance that she has when you view her on the side profile. For her age, she's got a tremendous foot size on her, probably one of the wider hipped heifers that we've got out here, and she carries that muscle dimension deep into that stifle the way that we like to see it. She's got some dimension from stifle to stifle, as I mentioned earlier. Maybe just like to clean this one up in that underline just a little bit, just maybe make that just a little bit neater underneath than what she's showing today, but certainly a nice smooth bait and nice balanced heifer. Heifer out of the next class, a heifer that came out tough class, a heifer that you really like the growth and the performance in this heifer. You like the flexibility of her joints. You like the way that she sets her feet down in terms of when we put her in motion. A heifer that you really have to appreciate in terms of the body dimension and mass that she has, probably the most center rib of anything that we have out here. To me, she wants to roll off in her pins more than what I would like to see compared to the heifers on either side of her. But when you look at this heifer in terms of the meat and potatoes that she has, you really like her. She's sound, she's big bodied, she's angular, she's got a nice front end. The heifer out of the fourth class, if you remember back, we talked about just how fluid she was in her movement, how sound she was when we put her in motion. She really flexes nicely. She's got a nice set to her pasterns. Not the heaviest bone thing in the class, but I think that she's got enough and she's adequate in that standpoint. If we could stretch her front end out just a little bit, just make her just a little bit more angular and a little bit longer through that front end, I think that she would fit the bill there. Then the heifer out of the last class, a heifer that's just so powerful and so much performance in this female, so long bodied. I'd just like to see her have more natural sweep to her rib. I'd like to bring her down just a notch, just see her just a little bit more moderate in her framework. But boy, she is a long, powerful, product-driven kind of an individual. So we've got four heifers out here, five heifers that are really nice. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best and then come back and analyze them again for reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Santa Gertrudis ring. Your champion heifer calf is going to go to back number 122, exhibited by Gracie Pitchford. And reserve champion will go to back number 110, Landon Stem. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now look for class 130. Back number 130, class 6, late summer yearling heifers. Currently over here in ring 1, we are selecting your grand and reserve grand champion miniature Hereford female.
On the Gertrudis side, a single entry out here, and here's a heifer that you hear it used a lot, could stand some competition, but I think this one certainly fits the bill. Boy, she is super feminine, she's super level top, super stout, big hip, got a ton of shape and outer turn when you view her from the side profile in that hip region, just a really nice, complete made kind of a heifer.
If we could, ladies and gentlemen, as we come out here for your champion drive of your female show, help me out. Let's put our hands together and give them a big round of applause. This was a great show and so much depth and quality. It was a lot of fun to sort through it. And hopefully you see the kind of cattle that I like out here as we come back out. For me, it's so refreshing when you get in a champion drive, regardless of the breed or if they're females or steers or bulls. And when you can see some pattern, you can see the way they look together and pair up out here. This champion drive, I think you can honestly say that. There's a lot of good ones out here. Years ago, I judged the minis at the National Western, and I can tell you from then till now, this breed has changed so much, and these cattle are so good and so unique when they come back out. The kind of cattle I like and the kind of cattle that work for me, regardless of their color, size, breed, or whatever type of environment you're in, is I like cattle that are females and come out here and look like that. I like them optimum in terms of their degree of condition. And I know I've talked about rig and condition and shape and size all day. For me, that's very important, because at the end of the day, when the glue and the glitter's done and all the pictures have faded, they still got to go on and make cows and lay down and have a baby, and I think we've kept that in mind. These cattle are sound in terms of their running gear out here. They've got some power and some balance to it, and I'm awfully impressed. And I think it gets really close, and it comes down to a couple of them for me out here. And as I wrap up, we'll go out and take one more look. But, you know, I got to tell you, being out in California, it's the land of confusion for us out there right now with all this COVID and all the unfortunate things that have happened in politics. But the one thing I can tell you here is we talk about life-changing events, and I think we've all gone through quite a few of those here in the last 9 months or 10 months of our life. Being here at the Cattlemen's Congress and this happening is a life-changing event, and I am very fortunate and proud to say that I was here for the first one. My hat's truly off to the staff that put this thing on out here. This was flat cool to see this kind of crowd and people and so much momentum, and it's great to be back out here amongst friends and seeing everybody doing what we love. agriculture and the cattle business is alive and well in the state of Oklahoma, and it proved that to me being here a couple days and walking around. It's impressive. It's been an honor to sort through it. My hat's truly off to you. I'm proud to be a part of you today. Many Herefords will go out and show you the ones we like for Champion Reserve. Before we do that, thank you again. Let's give them another big round of applause. Congratulations to you.
As the judge is contemplating his decision in the mini Hereford show, I'm going to go over and talk about the ones that we've got in this class. Heifer that wins the class in the Santa Gertrudis class that we're evaluating now wins it handedly. She's the most uniquely balanced one in the class. She's the most feminine in the class. She's levelest, top levelest, tip, biggest footed one. So she's going to win pretty handedly. Maybe just like to trim those toes up on that front end a little bit. Just make her set those down just a little more evenly, but she's a good one. The one that we've got in the second hole most follows her in type and kind in terms of depth through the center portion of her rib, depth through that heart region. Probably has a little bit more natural shape to her body mass than what the heifer in the bottom hole does. Not taking anything away from the heifer that we've got at the end. She's probably the most feminine, the trimmest design one that we have out here. Just gives up a little power and mass to the others.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion miniature Hereford female here at the Cattlemen's Congress is exhibited by back number 155, Barber Ranch with BR Kim Possible H019. Reserve champion in that division was exhibited by Kylan Oaks. And your reserved grand champion miniature Hereford female is going to be exhibited by back number 184, Ella Weldon with FADEGG. Once again, congratulations to all of our miniature Hereford exhibitors. We are going to take a brief picture break and then we'll return back with your bull show.
These are good. They're not as good as the ones we have in Denver.
No.
Remember those?
Yeah.
But they're still good, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Which ones did you have yesterday?
The bacon and
Were they better?
they were different. They were just different. Like we had bacon and cheddar and ranch. Well, back over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring, the results from Class 7. First place went to back number 131, Carly Buggs. Second place go to back number 134, Landon Stem. And third place went to back number 133, Emma Bella. Now in ring 2 is Class 8, late junior yearling heifers.
We're going to talk these in a little bit different order. The young lady's heifer to my far left is going to win the class, and I think it wins it running away. She's certainly the nicest balanced heifer in the class. She's certainly the most powerful heifer in the class, probably one of the more feminine heifers in the class, and she puts it all together in a really nice package. She's fighting the halter like nobody's business right now, so she's not showing herself the best, but boy, when she gets stopped like that, watch out. This one's a good one. She's nice. She's big-bellied. She's big-massed. She's tucked up the way that she needs to be up through that front end, and she's probably the cleanest in her brisket of the ones out here. Heifer that we've got in second is like her in her type and in her kind in terms of her femininity, probably the most angular heifer up through her front end, one of the sounder-made heifers on her feet and legs, but to me just gives up the overall body mass of the first place heifer. Then we round the class out with one that's certainly an easy flesh and easy doing kind of a heifer that's really soft in her appearance and soft made. To me, I like to change her in her footwork a little bit. She wants to roll out on those, or toe out on the front end. She wants to get underneath herself a little bit, wants to get a little more sickle hawk than what I'd like to see.
Well, congratulations in Class 8. First place go to back number 135, Demi Harrington. Second goes to back number 138, also to Demi Harrington. And third will go to back number 136, Witten Walker. Now in the ring will be Class 9, early junior yearling heifers. After this class, we will be selecting a champion and reserve champion yearling female.
Only a single entry in this class in the Santa Gertrudis show. And here's one that's getting ready to pop a baby any day now. Tremendously maternal appearing female, tremendously deep in that chest floor, all the way back through her flank, the way that she needs to be. She's soft enough in her body mass and body condition. She's got a nice shape to her hip. Maybe just like to stretch her out a little bit, maybe balance out that udder just a little bit more, but we're not going to pass judgment on that until she calves and see how that udder balances out. So certainly an individual that's got some good merit to her.
Well, congratulations. First place in Class 9 is going to go to back number 297, Demi Harrington. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion yearling heifer.
as we evaluate this division, our yearling division in the Santa Gertrudis show, all these cattle are really similar in their type and in their kind, and they've all got some little issues that we would like to change about them. The heifer out of the first class, a single entry in her class, probably the most powerful heifer that we have out here. When you view this heifer from behind, she's certainly the biggest top. She's certainly the biggest pinned heifer in the class. Probably shows the most shape and expression to that quarter of anything that we've got out here. When we put her in motion, she wants to get a little bit straight up through that front end, maybe want to jab those front feet in the ground a little more than what I would like to see, but she's still flexible enough, I think. I'd just like to change her a little bit in her footwork as she's moving around the ring. Heifer out of the second class, probably the nicest balanced heifer that we have out here in terms of her rib and from the balance that she has from her fore rib back to her flank. She's nice and level from that standpoint. She's got a nice sweep to her rib. She's got a nice upper rib shape. Maybe gets a little more planar up through her front end than the heifers on either side of her. Maybe just like to change that toe structure just a little bit. But when you talk about one that you like in terms of balance, she certainly fits the bill. Just like to change that footwork just a little bit, maybe make her just a little bit longer up through her front end. The next heifer in line, she was being such a pistol in class, we had a lot of trouble getting a good look at her. But like I said in class, when this young lady gets her stuck like this, she's deadly on the profile. She's level top, she's big bellied, she's nice and strong from her hooks all the way back to her pins. Is she as big a footed as the two heifers to my right? Yeah, probably not, but I think that she's certainly adequate from that standpoint. She's extremely long bodied, she's extremely feminine from that standpoint. Once again, maybe just like to change the way that she moves and just loosen her up just a little bit. Then we've got the young man's moderate heifer down here to my left, probably the most moderate and in my opinion, probably one of the more ideal framed heifers in the class. She just gets a little plainer. She gets a little plainer about her head and neck. She gets a little more jammed up in that front end, wants to roll off that pins more than what I'd like to see. But from a cow standpoint, from a maternal appearance standpoint, I think that she kind of fits the bill. She's just not quite as showy as the heifers to my far right, but a heifer that's certainly getting ready to go into production and make the young man a nice cow. So I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best today in this division. Certainly some different ways that you could go, and I don't really think that you could go wrong any way that you go. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best and then come back and pick your reserve.
Congratulations, your champion yearling heifer exhibited by back number 135, Demi Harrington. Second place in that class also exhibited by Demi Harrington. And reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 131, exhibited by Carly Buggs. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 10 late senior yearling heifers.
Two really nice ones out here. I'm going to use the pair to win this class. I think that this is a really, really nice cow, and she's just calves, so she's a little more sucked up than what maybe we would like to see. But man, you're talking about one that's angular and feminine and level topped and level hipped. She's got a big old foot on her, got a nice udder, and got a super nice calf on her. I felt so bad for the young man to my right. I asked him how far along his heifer was in calf, and he told me that she got neosporin and slipped her calf, and I've seen that go through herds and wipe them out. So I certainly give this young man credit for bringing her out here and present her. Certainly a good heifer, big body, big hipped, just not quite as far along in her maturity pattern from a reproductive standpoint. So she's going to go second today.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place will go to back number 143, Caroline Daniel, and second will go to back number 142, Chad Coker. Now in ring 2, we'll have class 12, late 2-year-old heifers born between April 1st and June 30th. After this class, we will select your division champions, followed by your grand and reserve champion female. Back over in your mini Hereford ring, we're going to start with your cow-calf pairs. This will be class 11A.
two nice females out here, and I think it's a little bit of give and take. I went with the dark red heifer. To me, I think she's a little bit more powerful in her makeup. She's a little bit more angular up through that front end, a little bit cleaner about the crest of her neck. I think that she just balances out just a little bit better, and I think she's probably got a little bit better overall fore and rear udder attachment when we get down to the nuts and bolts. I think the calves, whenever you go to comparing the calves, I think that it gets pretty close. It's certainly a growthy bull calf that the young man's calf's got on her side here. Calf that's growing good, that's got some dimension to it and some muscle shape. Not taking anything away from the heifer that we have in the second hole. I like the calf on the side of this cow. I think that if you could take that calf and put it on that cow, you'd have a deadly pair. To me, the cow, when we get to analyzing her, I'd like to see that fore udder attachment just a little bit better, that rear udder attachment just balance out her udder just a little bit more. I'd like to clean the crest of that neck up and just see her just a little bit more feminine up through that head neck, but she's certainly doing a nice job with her baby. Two good ones.
Three really nice cow-calf pairs we've got over here on the mini side of things. And the pair we're going to lead off with, I think they're ultra elite when they come out here. Great calf at side, and the proof's always in the pudding. And I think you see it right there with such a great calf at side. The cow's beautiful. She's in the right kind of condition, holding her own. She's got a beautiful udder to her out here, and she's so fresh in her appearance to go with that. She's really maintaining herself and so sound in terms of her structure. The female that comes out right behind her has got a nice calf at side. She's another female that's got a nice udder to her. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of power and condition, but she's one out here. I think these two pair up quite nice together. And the female we round the class off with, or the pair we round the class off with, doing a good job with this baby calf at side, a young calf. And the female, for me, we just like to see a touch more substance and power about her out here today. Three nice pairs. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion cow-calf pair is going to go to back number 195, Addison Poe, with DMC, Miss Sasha E.T. Reserve champion will go to back number 193, Dalen Williams. In third will go to back number 196, Jordan Bertram. We are now going to get started with the bull show over here in your miniature Hereford ring. We'll look to get started with Class 2A, Summer Junior Bull Calves.
Although our senior division wasn't that big in the Santa Gertrudis show, two certainly excellent individuals out here that represent the breed well. But there is some differences. The heifer to my right, I love this heifer's angularity. I love her extension about her head and neck. I love the way that neck ties into her shoulder. You get behind her, she certainly got enough power. Is she as deep and as big bellied as the other cow? Probably not, but I think that she certainly has enough rib shape and enough upper rib shape as she goes along, flashes back from where that she's had this nice heifer calf on her side. I think there's certainly a world of potential there. And I love her udder shape. Not too big, nice teat size, balances out really nicely. Then the heifer that we've got out of the second class in this division is one that's just powerful. She's big-footed, she's rugged, maybe gets a little bit coarser up through the point of that shoulder, maybe just not quite as smooth through that neck-shoulder junction as the heifer up here, but she does have more body. Maybe just like to see that udder just pulled up just a little bit more, but as we stated in class, she certainly is adequate in her udder quality and doing a great job with her bull calf. So I think that we've got a power cow, we've got a pretty cow. It's the one that, to me, that balances out the best of the two. In this division, I'm going to go with the young ladies heifer to win this division.
Two nice June bull calves we've got over here on the mini side of things, and both a little bit different in terms of the way they're constructed and their type. I opted to go with the dark red calf out here. I think he's one that's maybe just a little bit more proportional in the way that he's put together. I think he's truer in his composition. He's a longer neck, smoother shouldered calf out here that's so good right behind his shoulders and down his top, carries it back into a long, level, square hip, and to go with that, he's powerful in terms of his footwork and can get out and go. And a perfect perfect world, if we could change him, we'd like to see a nickel more body in him, but I think that's being real nitpicky on a calf that good. The yellow bull that comes out next in second does have the advantage of being bigger volume. He's more uniform in terms of his underline. He's got more mid-rib and spring to him. He's a calf that's got plenty of width and thickness to him, and he's big bone, yet he's still clean in terms of his joints. For me out here today, he wants to be just a touch open right at the point of his shoulder. We'd like to clean him up through that front end. Two nice calves out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Class 2A Summer Junior Bull Calves. First place went to back number 201. Holly Schaefer with CBD, Good Some Mitch. And second place will go to back number 199, Darren Barber with KLD, CWR, WLE, 1I. Now in the ring will be Class 2B Summer Junior Bull Calves. Over here in your Gert ring, your champion senior female went to back number 143, Caroline Daniel. Reserve went to back number 146, Tyler Allen. We are now selecting your grand champion and reserve grand champion, Santa Gertrudis, out of your junior show.
Two mays out here and two nice calves to go with that. The calf we're going to lead off with, I think he's just a touch huskier and burlier in terms of his build for me. He's got a shot more shoulder up front. When you get right behind him and on the top side of him, he reads with a lot of width and thickness and power. To go with that, he's a big testicled bull out here, and he's still clean in terms of his sheath and his navel. I like his footwork. I like how big-legged he is and how heavy structured he is. He's just a good-doing, solid, stout kind of a calf. Dark red bull that comes out does have an advantage of being smoother shouldered. He's nicer fronted. For me out here today, we'd like to stouten him up in the way that he's designed. Two nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure sorting through these Santa Gertrudis in the junior show here, and as some of the others have stated, to be here and to judge it at the first Cattlemen's Congress certainly is a pleasure. I've had the opportunity to sort through quite a few of these Gert shows over the years, and this is probably one of the ones that I took more pride in being able to do because it was the first one. So I want to thank SGBI and the folks here at the Cattlemen's Congress for putting it together and doing such a good job in such a short fashion, and all the sponsors that we've had that there is here. If you can, go out and support these people. If you see the banners on the wall, go out and support them. They're the ones that's paying for this deal. They're the ones that's putting the money into it. It certainly is a pleasure to sort through these cattle, and I think that we've had a really good show. Even though the numbers were down and not nearly as high as I expected them to be, these are four extremely high quality individuals. You know, I grew up in a situation where that efficiency was the key. We were a low budget operation, so when I started judging shows, that's kind of where I put my emphasis. I want big belly cattle. I want cattle that are functional in their rib shape. I want cattle that are functional in their feet and legs. They got to be sound. If they're not sound to me, I don't have a whole lot of use for them. And then on the other end, we've got to have some prettiness and some eye appeal, and these cattle have to look good in a backdrop picture, and I think all three of these would do that. The calf to my right, like I said earlier, I like this one. It's super sound. When it hit the ring, it hit me hard. It went to the top in my mind pretty pretty easily. It's super sound, super functional in its makeup, super soft in its pastern, got a big hip in it. If I could change anything about it, as I stated earlier, I'd like to stretch that neck out, just see it just a tick longer up through that neck than what it's showing me today. But yet she's still feminine, even though she is a little more jammed up in that front end. The next one that we have out of the yearling division is one that in class never showed herself to the best of her ability, and she wore the young lady out whenever she was trying to get her stopped. But as the heifer settled in, as she's relaxed, as the young lady's relaxed with her, this one's pretty dang good. You like her in terms of her belly, you like her in terms of her upper rib shape, you like her in terms of the spring that she has. You get behind her and you get at that 3/4 profile, and boy, she's good in that hip too. You like how wide she is down her top, you like how wide she is in her pin set. She carries that width and dimension deep into her stifle, and she's functional enough in her feet and legs. Did she get just a tick straight through that scapula and through that shoulder? Yeah, maybe, but I think that she moves good enough for me today, and I'm awful picky about structure, so if she moves good enough for me, she's probably good enough in her feet and legs. The pair that we took out of the last division is one that is a little more sucked up in her rib today, but she's got a really young baby on her. I mean, I bet that baby is probably not more than a couple weeks old, and to have this much body condition and to look that good and that udder to look that good at this stage of the game and that close and get all the edema out of it, young lady's done a nice job feeding her. And she needs a little more body for me. I mean, she just needs a little bit more body mass and a more body dimension, but I think that'll come as she goes around. I think this pair's better days is months ahead of her, not today, but she's certainly one, probably the most angular, certainly the most feminine one of all the ones that we have out here. So we've got 3 really good ones. I'm going to go out and pick the one that I like the best today. If I was going to buy one, I'd pick the one that I would buy. So I'm going to go out and pick the one I like the best today.
On our first bull division over here, we've got some nice calves out here in front of us. We've got the dark red bull there leading around, and he's one that sure is sound on his feet and legs. He reads with plenty of shape and power to go with that. He does it in a real modern-looking kind of a package, and I think he's at the right stage in the game in terms of his condition out here for his size and his age. One that I think has worlds of future ahead of him. The bull right behind him, as we talked about in class, is so burly in terms of his build. He's real husky-middled. He's one that's stout-featured. He's got plenty of muscle to him out here, and he's a bull that comes out here and sure gives you a good look. I'll go out and show you the 2 that I like for this division. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion, Santa Gertrudis female, goes to back number 135, Demi Harrington. Reserve champion in that division went to Carly Buggs. And congratulations, your reserve champion will go to back number 122, Gracie Pitchford. That'll come from class 4. Once again, congratulations here in our junior Santa Gertrudis show. We are going to take a picture break at this time, and we'll return back with your open Santa Gertrudis show. Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford side. Your champion summer junior bull calf will go to back number 201, Holly Schaefer, and reserve champion went to back number 199, Darren Barber.
Yes, sir.
Two really good bull calves we've got over here, and the bull that leads out in front for me is one that he's got the right kind of shape to his top, and he's so square and wide, thick-ended kind of a bull at the same time. He's good on his feet and legs, one that's really smooth right at the point of his shoulder, and he comes out here and gives you a well-balanced look. The dark red bull that comes out right behind him is a big bone bull, yet he's clean in terms of his joints. He's one as you go back and study him. For me, if we could change him, I'd like to clean him up right at the tip of his chest down there. When he gets out and travels, we'd like to see him handle those rear two just a touch square the way he goes off. Two nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your mini Hereford ring, Class 3A Spring Junior Bull Calves. First place goes to back number 204, Charmaine Fillmore. Second place to back number 205, Daniel Fadley. That'll also be your division champion and reserve out of your Spring Junior Bull Calf division. Now in the ring will be Class 4A Early Spring Junior Bull Calves, born March 1st through March 31st.
Two nice bulls we've got over here, and we've got some differences amongst type and kind in these two. The bull we're leading off with out here has the advantage. He's more masculine about his head, and he's stouter featured in the way that he's put together. Big top, big back kind of a calf, one that's shapely up through his forearm. He's thick-ended. He's one that's got the right kind of shape to his rib cage as he goes. If you could change this bull ever so slightly for me, we'd like to loosen him up in terms of the way that he moves when he gets out and goes. We'd like to free him up in that hock just a touch. The dark red bull that comes out next in second is very nice. He's a smooth-shouldered kind of a calf. He's one, if you could change him, we'd like to stouten him up. We'd like to lengthen him out through his front end. Two nice calves. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in Class 4A, first place and your division champion out of your early spring junior bull calves. We'll go to back number 206, Hat City Cattle Company with HCC Bells and Whistles ET. And reserve champion's going to go to back number 207, Dalen Williams with KHD on the house. We'll now look to start with Class 5A, winter junior bull calves.
Interesting class and a group of Januaries we've got out here, and the bull we're going to elect to start this class off with, for me, does so quite handily out here. He comes out in a real unique kind of a package. He's so modern in terms of his look. I love the stoutness and power he's got to go with this. He's a real sound-footed individual, very good in terms of his running gear. You sure like that body depth and how uniform he is. He's in the right kind of stage in terms of his testicular development. Plenty of power, awfully stylish, awfully good calf. The horn bull that comes out next in second, I think really follows him in terms of type and kind. The bull that's so great right behind his shoulders and down his top, yet he's still loose in terms of his spine. He's long and level through that hip, very functional back through his hock down there. If you go through and change this bull ever so slightly, he plays out through his quarter there a little bit, wants to flatten out, but I think that's a real unique individual, one that's awfully good. The bull that comes out next is stout and burly in the way that he's made. He's one that's sure shapely up through his forearm, plenty of width and thickness over the top side of his spine. He's a thick-ended bull. He's just a nickel courser through his shoulders as compared to those top two that lead out in front of him. And then we've got the bull we round the class off with maybe just a little bit more advanced in terms of maturity, in terms of his skeletal design out here. He's a calf that's stout, and he's big, and he's long. For me out here today, we'd like to free him up on his feet and legs. We'd like to see some more body in him. Nice set of bulls. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations over here in your mini Hereford ring, Class 5A, and also your champion winner bull calf will go to back number 210, J.C. Whitmore with SHF Smokin' Joe E.T. Reserve champion's going to go to back number 212, Ella Weldon with MDR Charles Curtis. Third goes to Haven Sandstrom, and fourth will go to back number 213, Taylor Mini Herefords. Now in the ring will be Class 6A, Fall Intermediate Bulls born between October 1st and December 31st.
December over here in a single entry, one that I think comes out and he's pretty neat in the way that he's made. Big-legged, big-footed kind of a bull, one that's great in terms of his upper hip. You sure like how much width and thickness he's got to go with it. Very smooth at the point of his shoulder. He comes out in a stylish package, yet he's so sound, and he packs all his power together around the rings so well. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in Class 6A. First place is going to go to back number 214, Daniel Fadley with BGB Gino.
Two really nice bulls we've got here, and I think they're very well represented in terms of style and quality and balance. The bull we're going to lead off with out here for me is one I like an awful lot. Big-footed and deep-heeled. He's got the right kind of shape to his feet to go with that. He's athletic in the way he's put together. One that's so long-fronted, yet he's still smooth the point of his shoulder. He's shapely up high in terms of muscle and back through his hip and pins. He's very expressive down through that quarter. At the same time, he's a bull that's very proportional in terms of how he balances up. He's good in terms of his rib shape and body volume. He's got the right kind of spring and sweep to the center and lower portions of his rib cage. He holds all this look and power together, so good around the ring. I like that bull. The bull that comes out next is loaded with meat and muscle out here. He's big-backed. He's thick-ended. He's a bull that's big-middled out here. Gets a little bit round, I think, off of both ends when you compare him to that good class winner. Two good calves out here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations here in Class 6C Fall Intermediate Bulls. First place is going to go to back number 216, exhibited by Charlie Kinder and Abigail Mefford with CK Livewire 913 ET. And second place will go to back number 217, Georgia Vance. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion Intermediate Fall Bulls.
As we come out here to our fall intermediates, I think we've got a nice trio of bulls out here and two really good class winners, a single up front, and that pair that just came out of our last class. The bull that's up front here that came out as a single is one we talked about how square made he was in terms of his top shape out here. He's a good hip kind of a calf, one that's good in terms of his testicular development. You like the spring and shape he's got to his body out here, plants those feet and legs down so stout and so square. And the bull that came out of our last class right behind him, one that's really unique and fresh and crisp up through that front end and real chiseled in the way that he's made. You get right past his shoulders and down his back, big top calf, thick-ended. The one thing I noted in class when he comes back out here, he's very athletic in the way that he's made. One I like an awful lot. We're going to go ahead and make him your division champion. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations. Your champion Fall Intermediate Bull is going to go to back number 216, exhibited by Charlie Kinder and Abigail Mefford with CK Livewire 913 ET. Second place in that class, exhibited by back 217, Georgia Vance. And congratulations, reserve champion Fall Intermediate Bulls, going to go to back number 217, Georgia Vance and FSC Dragons Love Tacos. Now in the ring will be Class 7A Summer Intermediate Bulls.
Two nice bulls we've got over here, and we're going to go off and lead with the young lady up front. A calf I think's really nice. He's sound on those feet and legs and good in his running gear. He's one that's laid in through his shoulder, just neat and smooth right at the point. He's a bull that's up-headed, long-necked, and hinges and hooks up higher to the top side of his blades. At the same time, he's so strong and smooth down that top line, level and square, back to his stout hip. He carries all that muscle with so much width and dimension all the way down through his stifle, and he's expressive through that quarter. The bull that's right behind him is is big and burly and stout. He's one that you sure like how big-legged and big-footed he is out here. You sure like how much body depth he's got to go with that and the right kind of condition and shape they've got him in for his age out here. He's one for me if we could go through and change him. He's one we'd like to free him up just a touch on his feet and legs and loosen him up in terms of his build. Two nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 7A and your champion summer intermediate bull. Go to back number 219, Hannah Hogan with RMJB Coda Bear. Reserve champion's going to go to back number 198, Daniel Fadley with BGB Grabbing Assets. Next class in the ring will be Class 8A Spring Intermediate Bulls, born between April 1st and June 30th.
Another nice pair of bulls we've gone out here, and we're opting to go with the bull I think is just maybe a little bit stouter featured in the way that he's constructed out here. One that's big and burly in terms of his type of his body, and you get over and you study him from any angle out here, you appreciate the width and thickness he's got. For me out here today, in a perfect world, he's just a little bit steeper up through his shoulders and down through his knees and pasterns, but a bull I still think gets out and motors around the ring quite nice. The bull that comes out next and second out here is one that's functional in terms of the way that he's put together and designed. We'd like to see some more body and pull him apart right there in his forerib just a touch, see him a nickel wider base in the way that he goes out. Two nice bulls. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 8A, and your champion spring intermediate bull is going to go to back number 222, Landon Watson with AGP G Money 52A. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 221, Manzanola FFA chapter with MJMH Gatlin. Now in the ring will be Class 9A, winner intermediate bulls. And it looks like we are ready to get started over here in our open ring for our Open Santa Gertrudis show. That'll be in ring 2. We'll look to get started with Class 1 early summer heifer calves.
Really nice pair of marches we've got over here, and the dark red, white-legged bull we're going to start off with is one I think is really nice in the way that he's put together. Plenty of length and extension to him. At the same time, he's got some power and width and thickness, shapely up high over his spine. He's thick-ended, one that's got the right kind of size and shape to his testicles right now. To go with this, for being so long-bodied, has a depth to his rib shape, and to me that's something that's pretty important. The bull that comes out next in second is one is big and burly, very masculine in terms of the way that he's made. You sure like the width and thickness and the body volume to go with it. He gets a touch shorter and coarser about that front end. He's one for me. We'd like to trim him up in terms of his degree of condition, but those are two good stout bulls right there. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 1, Class 9A. First place is going to go to back number 223, Presley Henkes with GF Exit 198. And second place will go to back number 224, Hat City Cattle Company with SS Mr. DBL Stuff ET. Next class in ring 1 is going to be Class 9B.
February bull out here that comes out, one that's really nice. I sure like the stoutness and ruggedness about him. At the same time, he's one that's big-footed, he's deep-heeled, he's got the right kind of shape to his feet and toes, and he's one that's got the right kind of angles to his hocks and pasterns. Athletic in terms of the way that he's put together, yet he's still shapely and has some muscle to him. Nice entry. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Class 9B Winter Intermediate Bulls. First place will go to Wayne Ringer with WCR Cecil. Now in ring 1 will be Class 9C Winter Intermediate Bulls.
Really nice bull we've got over here to start this class off with, and one that I think is really big time good when he comes out here in terms of being so well put together and so modern in his look, but at the same time he's sound structured, he's stout featured, he's got the rib shape and the volume to go with it. They've got him presented to a T in the right kind of rig and shape out here for his age, one that I think is ultra powerful and cool to look at. The bull that comes out right behind him sure is burly in terms of his type and kind. He's one that's got some width and thickness about him, a little bit coarser up through those shoulders and up through that front end. And the bull we round the class off with does have an advantage of being long topped. He's level and square to his hip. We just like to change him up on his feet and legs out here. Three nice bulls with an awfully good one to start off with.
Well, a really nice way to start off our Open Santa Gertrudis show this morning. The young lady's female out front is going to be our class winner. I do understand she's the youngest and the greenest here out in this lineup, but in terms of her overall design, her femininity, her lengthiness out of her hip, the way that she sits and plants her legs, I think she has an extremely bright future, and I'll pick one that's put together in terms of a true design up high in my class any day. Congratulations. The gentleman's heifer that comes next, one that's a bit more substantial there in terms of her overall development, of course, is our class winner. I really appreciate this female, how she ties out of her hips from her hooks to her pins, a heifer that we love how much dimension and volume she has in their center mass. If we get her around our class winner, we maybe want to strengthen her behind her shoulders. Two females here that come next I think are really unique in terms of their dimension that they possess. The young lady's heifer that'll be third today, I do appreciate her added femininity as she brings that to the table. A heifer I think is going to get better and better with time. Maybe want to lengthen her there out of her hip as we compare it to the heifers ahead of her, but we appreciate her extension. Heifer that comes next, really unique. A heifer that you either really love her or you put her down a bit. One for me, she's a little shorter and compacted as we compare it to the heifers ahead of her, but I really appreciate her foot and bone, her body, her depth, her sogginess, and her broodiness. I like those things about her. Just want to make her a bit more feminine there out front. Similar story here on the next heifer. Maybe want to give her a bit more femininity. I think one, in this stage of the game, she's right where she needs to be, so I commend the program there for that management in that way. A heifer that we'd like to maybe lengthen her out of her hip just a bit for me. I do like the levelness and extension that heifer that comes next. A long-bodied heifer that balances up nicely there as you steady her through her hip, but a heifer for me, as we talk about her shoulder in comparison, their back just gets a little bit bolder, a little bit PC in that way. The two heifers that round our class up, I think, have a bright future to them, as we just like to see them further along in that condition. Thank you.
As we roll into this division out here, I think we've got three nice class winners, some good seconds. It was a tough division, as I've said often throughout the show. It just keeps getting better and better, and I think these bulls are awfully impressive when we come out here. The dark red bull up front is one we talked about. Cool he is from his shoulders forward, very articulate in the way that he's made. I sure like the length of spine and how loose he is in terms of that structure. For as long body as he is, he still has the right kind of shape to his ribs out here for me and has plenty of depth and sogginess. The bull right behind him is stout and rugged in the way that he's made. He's one that's big topped. He's a thick-ended kind of a bull. He's one you sure like how sound he is when he gets out and goes. And the bull that just came out of our last class we talked about, he comes back out here, one that's really sound on his feet and legs. He's heavy structured. He's one that's smooth shouldered and clean through his throat latch and down through his chest floor. To go with this, you get on the back side of the spine of this calf, he sure is big. He's thick-ended. He's burly in terms of the way that he's made, and I think he's awfully interesting, and he see worlds of future. For me out here, I think you got some trade-offs. The bull I like an awful lot to win this division is going to be the bull that just came out of our last class. Congratulations to you.
Well, champion in that last division over here in your Hereford side will be back number 892, exhibited by Ella Weldon with BGB Grandstand. Second place in that class, exhibited by Jordan Bertram. And your reserve champion in this division is going to go to back number 223, Presley Henkes with GF Exit 198. Now in your mini Hereford ring will be Class 10A 2-year-old bulls.
Two two-year-old bulls we've got out here in this division, and the one that leads up front out here, we'll talk about him, then go out and select the champion reserve. The one we've got up front here is one that you sure like him in terms of how stout featured he is. He's pulled apart underneath. He's got plenty of spring and shape to his rib. He's one that's maybe a little shorter faced and shorter necked, but he's one that's got some width and thickness to him. The bull in the back out here that comes out right behind him is one that sure is big footed. He's big legged. He's clean in his joints. He's one that's the right size in terms of his testicular development. And to go with this, he's got some width and thickness and power. The bull I'm going to go ahead and use out here to win this two-year-old division is going to be the bull in the back. We'll follow with the bull up front to be reserved. Congratulations to you.
We would like to remind everyone that is here in our arena, whether you're in the stands or back in the makeup area, we do require you to have a mask on at all times. So once again, if you are back in the makeup area or if you're in the show ring or up in the stands, we would like you to please have a mask on at all times. Well, your champion two-year-old bull is going to go to back number 232. That will be Dalen Williams with CBD Whiskey on the Rocks. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 229, Landon Watson with KR Mr. Lincoln. We are now going to be selecting your grand and reserve grand champion miniature Hereford bull.
Well, if we could, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these mini exhibitors a big round of applause as we select your champion mini bull out here. Great lineup. You've got some great division winners, some great reserves off to the rail there. And as I've said in the female show and throughout the day, there's things that are important to me. We get to these bulls, and a guy that turns bulls out in the Sierras of California and in pastures and everything like that, number one thing I look at is how sound structured they are, what kind of rig and shape and body they're in, and how they're going to go through and maintain that. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing these bulls can do is get out and go breed cows and do that in an athletic fashion and have some longevity and some life in front of them to do that for years to come. I think the bulls we've got out here are impressive. They're stout featured. They give you a real modern look with a lot of eye appeal and balance. They're in the right kind of condition and shape. They're running gears good out here, and you like all the good things they do. Going back to years ago when I did minis and then stepping out here and doing these today, these bulls are good. The females are great. The bulls are great. Awfully impressive lineup out here. I'm going to go out and take one more look and show you the two that I like. Before we do that, help me out. Let's give them a big round of applause on a great bull show. Congratulations to you.
Moving into our next class, the Santa Gertrudis females, we're going to start the class off with the young men's female here to my far left. She'll be our first place. To me, she's the most dimensional in terms of her maternal value and still soundness there as we study her on the go. I think she's plenty feminine there out front. I'm very impressed with her volume and her capacity there and her center body, and she doesn't disappoint as you study her there from behind. Moving in second will be the heifer here in the middle. I appreciate how clean pattern and feminine she is. She's a very smooth and attractive female there from the side. Really, I believe to get around our class winner there, may want to free her up on her back too just a bit, but that's getting awful picky on a female. I think in terms of a breeding program certainly has tremendous value. Heifer that comes in third will be another maternally driven female. I think one with a lot of practicality and function to her, and I appreciate that and brought her up high in the class for that reason. However, as we study her there from her pin set from behind, we'd like to give her a shot more power there. Where I think the heifer here in fourth excels is in terms of her overall power and dimension she has in that regard, standing on a moderate frame and tremendous foot and bone from the ground up. We just like to clean her in her joints and strengthen her behind her shoulders there to move up any further today. Heifer here that comes next is a little bit bigger framed heifer there than the one in fourth ahead of her, but one with a tremendous amount of balance, tremendous amount of bone to her. I just like she gets a bit flatter sided there for me in this competition. The two heifer here that comes next I think are two moderate frame dimensional kind of females. We might want to clean them out of their front 1/3, extend them out through their hips. The two heifers here that come next, I know there's two really clean pattern females, and I appreciate that about them. A really nice group of sound functional cattle here from top to bottom. Thank you.
Congratulations, your grand champion miniature Hereford bull is going to go to back number 226. Ella Weldon with BGB Grandstand, and reserve grand champion in your miniature Hereford bull show is going to go to back number 210. Back number 210 was exhibited by J.C. Whitmore with SHF Smokin' Joe E.T. Congratulations to all of our miniature Hereford bull exhibitors. We are going to break for photos, and we'll start back with your prospect steer show. Well, congratulations over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring. First place is going to go to back number 241, exhibited by Landon Stem. Second place will go to back number 238, Connor State College. Third place also went to Connor State College. Fourth will go to back number 230, Country Legends Ranch. And fifth place in that class goes to back number 330, Holly Ann Roach. For those of you following along in your Gert book, placings are as follows. 8, scratch, scratch, 7, 4, 6, 10, 12, 3, 2, 5, 11, 1, scratch, 9. Now in ring 2 is class 3, early junior heifer calves born between January 1st and February 28th.
Start this next class off with the most maternally driven female in my mind. It combines practicality and function and still power and overall mass. This young lady here to my left, she'll be our class winner. I think this female is extremely valuable in a production setting in terms of just being able to have both longevity and still cow power combined together. So congratulations, an excellent class winner there. I think we have a unique comparison there in second and third place, two very high quality individuals. I believe that the heifer here that comes second most closely follows our class winner in terms of her natural sweep to the lower 1/3 of her rib down through her flank. She's just a tick more productive and functional, in my opinion, in that way. However, I do feel the heifer here in third is extremely quality there out through her hip, how she's designed over the top side of her skeleton. She's very thick, strong, and dimensional, and as level as a Gert that you'll find today. And so I really commend the breeding program here for that. I think this heifer balances up very nicely. For me, as like I said, I just maybe drop her on her flank a bit to get around our two ahead of her, but a heifer that certainly should be commended there in terms of her hip design. A heifer here that comes next, I think too, is a real cattleman's kind of female, one real functional and sound as you get her on the go. For me, just wants to get off in her hip a bit too much as we study her, especially compared to the heifer there just ahead of her, but one I think is right in her overall condition. A heifer that'll just get better and better. As we round the class off with the next set of females here, the young man brings us a very long spine female, another really level topped heifer, one I'd like to see a bit cleaner there out front. One I think as we move her further in her gestational plan, she'll pop that rib out, give you a bit more boldness and expression in that way. Heifer that comes next, I love how clean pattern she is overall. A heifer I think's tight in that way, and I like that about her, but one for me gets a bit bolder in her shoulder, a bit shorter there out of her hip, and just overall round and a little compact for my liking, but a heifer I think in terms of overall clean pattern design is valuable in that way. A young man rounds our class off with a real deep, soggy, middled kind of female, one that's a bit more broodier than my liking, but a heifer I think just gets a little shorter coupled on either end, but one in terms of depth of body, you certainly like that about her. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations over here in class 3 in ring 2. First place will go to back number 250, Daryl Pitchford. Second place goes back number 329, exhibited by Callie Kimball. Third place will go to back number 257, exhibited by Demi Harrington. Fourth to back number 246, exhibited by Colby Anderson. And fifth place will go to back number 253, exhibited by Chad Coker. For those of you following along in your book, placings for class 3 are 7, 2, 4, 6, 1, 5, 3. Next over here in class 2 will be class 4. In ring 2 will be class 4, late senior heifer calves born November 1st through December 31st.
Lead this class off with the young lady here to my left, a female, just a really cow power kind of heifer here. I think it just really excels in this class in terms of her dimension and her softness in her middle, but still a really nice silhouette there from the side. Heifer that gets around the ring, moves pretty handily. I think we have some situations here in this particular class to talk about those things, but a heifer that's a combination type in this particular class, I think one that's just super smooth and attractive there from the side, really balances up nicely in terms of her lines. She'll be first. Heifer that comes in second excels in terms of her power over the heifer in third. For me, I just really appreciate how much power and dimension and mass that she has in this particular setting, and the amount of foot and bone that she has. We'd like to maybe see her freer there on the go, maybe a tick feminine, maybe a little 6 more inches there out front. But man, a heifer that's just really neat over the top side of her skeleton, out of her hip. I just like the dimension this heifer has, and I think is very useful. Heifer that comes next is really on the silhouette, on the side view, really my kind of design. I just love her maternal value, her femininity, her long and level hip. But guys, as we study her there from her pin set, we just want to widen her up and give her a bit more dimension in that way. But a really nice heifer there in third. Another really nice heifer here that comes next, one that's a bit more broody for my liking today, but in terms of cow power and dimension and sogginess there in her center body, she's really a good one. This was definitely an excellent class. Not a ton of numbers, but a ton of quality. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in class 4 over here in ring 2. First place is going to go to back number 261, Daryl Pitchford. Second place go to back number 258, exhibited by Callie Kimball. Third will go to back number 263, exhibited by Daryl Pitchford. And fourth is going to go to back number 266, Aaron K. Daniel. Now over here in ring 2 will be class 5, early senior heifer calves.
I'm going to leave this class as they stand with the gentleman to my right, being our first place female. I think I'd like to take different things of each of these heifers and tie them together to really make one. But this heifer here, in terms of her center body depth and volume and capacity in her center skeleton, and still plenty functional there on the go, I think she balances up plenty nicely there for the side. I do appreciate her added moderate frame. Maybe want to clean her out of her front one third just a tick, but a nice moderate female here to lead us off. Gentleman here in the middle will be second. I appreciate how much foot and bone and length of hip this female has. I don't mind her added size there. I think a heifer balances from forerib back really nicely in terms of a very smooth and attractive design. I just like to change her there. Her front 1/3 gets a bit coarse for me today. The young lady rounds us out with a female there that's just got a lot of dimension and center body there in terms of her skeleton in that way. Heifer for me gets a bit coarser there out front, a little more off hip than my liking. A really nice female there in terms of her depth and center dimension. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place goes to back number 268, Daryl Pitchford. Second place go to back number 269, Rhett Harrington. And third place goes to back number 271, exhibited by Bailey Wiley. Now over here in ring 2, we are going to select your champion and reserve champion heifer calf. We're starting back up over here in ring 1 with your prospects steer show and your miniature Herefords. First class in will be class 1A. Just a reminder that if you are here in the show ring, back in the holding pen, or up in the stands, we do require you to have a face mask on while here in the barns.
Really impressive way here to move us forward in this Santa Gertrudis show with this first division here. I think we have a tremendous quality there. The young lady's female here that comes out of our youngest class certainly reached out there and grabbed us a green one, but in terms of her design, her style, and the way that she's just built, I think is true and to value. I think she has an extremely bright future, one to really look forward to. The young man's heifer here that comes next really starts us off in terms of our super powerful and dimensional, maternally driven kind of females that are, if you can see that I like, this is my style and kind in terms of the way that they're built as we move forward into our older ages here of just being sound and soggy middled, but still plenty feminine out front and plenty level out of their hips. And so I think we'll keep it short here and move on with our show this afternoon. But I do think that there's a tremendous quality here from top to bottom in this particular division. And I'll tell you that my division champion here today is going to be the young lady here in the black. I think one that's just really a combination of all those things that we've talked about forward in terms of being plenty big, powerful footed, and I just love the way she's tied out of her hip design. A very maternally driven female.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Your champion heifer calf is going to go to back number 261, Daryl Pitchford, with Miss Grandview 6038. Second place out of that class exhibited by Kelly Kimball.
Lady brings us another heifer in that lineup as contention for reserve. Just one being a real big-footed heifer we liked in terms of the dimensions she had over the top side of her skeleton. As we compare it to the females out there, I think that there's one out here that's just a tick more fluid there on the go as we study him from the ground up. Young man here will have our reserve division. Congratulations.
As we move into the prospect steers over on the mini side of things, I think we're doing it in a good fashion. Two calves that float to the top of this class, and I think they do it quite handily. The white-legged steer we're going to start off with, for me, I think is a home run hit right out of the gate. He's big-boned, he's heavy-structured, big-footed kind of a calf. At the same time, when you get on the top side of him, he reads a lot of shape and width and thickness, shapely up through that forearm. He's a thick-ended one. At the same time, he's chiseled and cool up through that front end. The calf that comes out right behind him follows him in type and kind out here in second. One that's long and lean about his neck. He's one that gives up a little bit in terms of bone and overall power, but I think that's one as he comes and keeps going, he's going to be an awfully good steer. Young man steer that comes out next does have the advantage of having more body and the right kind of spring and sweep to the center and lower portions of his rib cage. He gets underneath himself at times when he gets out and goes. We'd like to see him just a touch more relaxed, I think, when he's out here striding around, but he's a young calf, and he's one that I think's got some power and some look about him. The calf that comes out right behind him is long-necked. He's trim up through that front end, great back through his hip and level and square through his pins. He gets a little bit flatter in terms of the way that he's made through his rib shape, and when you get through the base of his quarter, we just like to stout him up. Another calf that comes out right behind him does have the advantage of being longer bodied. He's smooth shouldered. He's one we'd like to just give him a shot more body and some more substance. And the calf we round the class off with, one that sure is stylish and he's presented to a T. He's one for me we'd just like to see more of and some more power. Nice set of prospect steers. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford side. Your first class of steers, first place is going to go to back number 579, Courtney Cattle Company with CCC Holly's Mushu 202H. Second place goes to back number 235, exhibited by Daniel Fadley. Third place went to back number 238, exhibited by Hunter Harris. Fourth goes to back number 234, exhibited by Colton Christensen. Fifth went to back number 241, exhibited by Leading Edge Genetics. And sixth place goes to back number 256, exhibited by Madeline Ross. Now in ring one will be class 1B of your prospect steer show. Back over in your Gert ring, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by 261, Daryl Pitchford, and reserve champion exhibited by back number 241, Landon Stem. We are now ready to get started with Class 6 late summer yearling heifers born July 1st through August 31st.
Another really nice class of prospect steers we've got. And the calf we're electing to start off with for me is one that I think does so quite handily out here. Heavy structured steer, one that's good middled in terms of his rib shape and the way his body volume hangs. He's one that's up-headed and crisp and chiseled from his shoulders forward. When you get on the top side of this calf, he reads big-backed. He's thick-ended. They've done a great job of getting him presented and put together today. The calf that comes out right behind him in second, young lady, does a great job of getting him shown. He's a real up-headed steer that's clean through his throat latch and down through his chest floor. Gives up a little bit in terms of power and burliness that we find in that class winner. But the one thing he does have is he's good in terms of his underline, very sound on his feet and legs, and he's got some base width to him. Really interesting calf that comes out next in third, and I think with time this calf's really going to appreciate and go on. He's just a little bit harder middled out here today for me, but he's one that sure is stout featured and gives you a cool look. Smooth shouldered, long necked, real crisp up through that front end. Just needs to be a nickel softer as he goes in terms of his body shape. The calf we round the class off with in the white-legged steer, he's good middled, he's sound on his feet and legs. Young man's done a great job of getting him presented. He's one we just like to see him a nickel longer from end to end. We'd like to stouten him up in terms of the way that he's put together. Nice set of prospect steers. Congratulations to you.
This next class is Santa Gertrudis females. We're going to start the class off with the young man's female there out front, just in terms of femininity and depth and volume and practicality in her center skeleton. Female too that can get out and move really with plenty of reach as we compare it to the heifers in this particular class. The heifer that comes second is going to be one that's, for me, is plenty smooth side and balanced in that way. A heifer as we'd like to maybe lengthen her out of her hip and out of her front 1/3 to get around our class winner today. But I do appreciate her depth of body there as we compare it to the heifers behind her in this lineup. The one that comes next here, you just have to love in terms of her top line, how she's made out through her hip, super long and level in that way. Just really need to see her soften in her middle and be a freer on the go. Heifer that rounds our class up with in terms of design and bone. You really like a lot about her, but she's just a bit more green in terms of her rib shape for me today to move up any further. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Starting out your yearling division, first place is going to go to back number 274, Holly Ann Roach. Second place will go to back number 275, exhibited by Daryl Pitchford. Third place goes to back number 277, exhibited by Aaron K. Daniel. And fourth place goes to back number 272, also exhibited by Holly Ann Roach. Now in ring 2 will be Class 7 early summer yearling heifers, born May 1st through June 30th. Back on your mini Hereford side, we have the results of Class 1B on your Prospect Steer Show. First place is going to go to back number 248, exhibited by Devery Darborn with Darborn Northern Spa. Second place is going to go to back number 247, Ella Weldon with BGB Hat Trick. Third place go to back number 582, Blakely Stelzer. And fourth place go to back number 240, Quade McIntyre. Now in the ring will be Class 1C Prospect Steers.
Heifer out front in this class going to be our winner here in terms of her functionality and her practical look that she has there from the side. I think a heifer that balances up really nicely. Appreciate her foot and bone there from the ground up. Just on one that's plenty soggy there and really excels down through her flank as we compare it to the other female in this particular lineup. Maybe one you might want to take more level there from hooks to pins if you want to get picky on her as we compare it to the darker female in this class. But one in terms of her maternal design, I think wins this deal pretty easy. Young man brings us a big-footed, big-topped kind of female here that comes next. One's with plenty of power off both ends of her skeleton, but for me today, I'd like to see her freer and easier there on the go, maybe softer in terms of her flank, but one with a lot of power there, nice hip in that female.
Well, congratulations over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring. First place will go to back number 278, Colby Treat. And second place will go to back number 281, Landon Stem. Now in ring 2 will be Class 8 late junior yearling heifers born March 1st through April 30th.
Really nice set of prospect steers we've got over here. And the calf we're going to elect to start off with for me is he comes out here and she cranks his head up and he's on point. He's a sound-footed kind of a steer. Really cool and neat up through that front end, how his neck hooks up neat and smooth at the top side of his blades. He's a long-topped kind of a calf, but at the same time, he's got some shape and power and some pop to him out here. You like the body shape he's got to go with that. Very modern in his look, balances up well, and real functional in terms of his build. The calf that's right behind him in second, I think, does have the advantage of probably being more uniform in his body depth. I like the spring and shape he's got to his rib. He's a calf that's big in terms of his upper hip, and you like the bone work to go with that. He just reads a nickel planer right through his neck and head right now compared to that class winner. Calf that rolls out next in third is one that's sure burly in terms of his build. Probably one of the biggest bone steers out here in this class. You like how much metal he's got, how much muscle he's got. He just gets a little bit shorter and jammed up through that front end. We'd like to lengthen him out and tuck him in a nickel kneader right at the point of his shoulder. The calf we round the class off with has got some rib shape. He's got some base width to him. He's one for me. We just like to lengthen him out from end to end. Nice set of steers out here. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in ring 1, Class 1C. First place will go to back number 242, exhibited by Addison Poe with KLD, Callie's Rubble, 027. Second place goes to back number 251, exhibited by Ella Weldon. Third will go to back number 246, exhibited by Legend Cooper. And fourth will go to back number 244, Gentry Flanders. Now in the ring will be Class 1D. Okay, I have to pee.
I'm going to lead off this class with the young lady female here out to my right. Just one that's a really combination built female in terms of her femininity and her maternal value there in her center body. Neat and elegant. She ties there out of her lines, a female that can still get out and go. I think a pretty neat female here to start us off. Congratulations. Gentleman brings us a heifer here that will be second. I appreciate her added moderation and how clean pattern she is. I think a female that's just super smooth in terms of the way that she's put together and developed at this stage in the game. Maybe if we want to change her, we want to stouten her up in terms of her bone work a bit, but I just appreciate how smooth and neat that she ties together, how clean pattern she is. Very nice female there. A young man brings us a heifer here that excelled in this position because she could reach and flex a bit more than the heifer that comes next. Female there, I do appreciate her femininity and length there out front, but we really need to give her more a level look there from hooks to pins, and that's where I think this heifer made it a bit challenging decision for me. She's really neat and ties really great there out of her hip as you study her in that way. I do appreciate her added moderation, but for me, we really need to give her a bit more flex there on the go, maybe just prior out there, extend her out of her front 1/3. Two females here that round out our class, in my opinion. I just see a little bolder and piecier in some time. I think with time, we'll definitely belly down a bit more and really switch this deal up. Thank you. Well, young man brings us a single entry today, but one that's certainly really interesting as you study her there from the ground up in terms of her foot and bone work there. A real Cattlemen's kind of female, and the way she's just super practical and functional, and the way that she's built there. I love how soft and smooth she is from forerib there back. Maybe if we want to change her, we might want to get a little picky there on her udder coming in, but I do appreciate this female in terms of her bone work and her practical look that she brings us. Congratulations, sir.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Your placings from Class 8. First goes back number 284, Demi Harrington. Second went to 285, Country Legends Ranch. Third goes back number 291, Colby Anderson. Fourth will go to back number 287, Connors State College Show Team. And fifth goes back number 288, Colby Treat.
Moving into our next division here, a young man brings us a really neat pattern kind of female, one that's super elegant there and feminine out of her front 1/3. I like that about her quite a bit. A heifer, as we study her, just balances up super nicely there on the profile. Maybe for some a bit flatter there and a turn to her rib as we study her to the older heifers that stand particularly behind her. But man, in terms of her design and her practical look, I really like that about her. The young lady brings us a female here that comes next, a very competitive heifer in terms of her center body and turn and dimension she has there in terms of her maternal values there in that regard. A heifer, I think, is plenty feminine there out front. Maybe if we want to change her, give her a bit more a level look there out of her hip, but that's getting picky, guys. This is a really valuable female in terms of a long-term breeding program. I think she's got a tremendous set of attributes there that are very useful. Young lady brings us a very competitive heifer here that comes next, one that I think really excels over what we've been talking about there out of her hip and hind leg and how she sets that down there, especially on the move. Maybe one if you want to get dogging on her, you want to maybe clean her up out of her front 1/3 a bit. But this young lady really makes you, demands a look and gets this heifer done right. And she's a female that really deserves that look in terms of the way that she's designed there, especially from forerib back. The young man's heifer here is a single entry in that class that we talked earlier, just being a real practical female that you just love how much foot and bone and sogginess that she brings to the table. I think one who sure deserves a look. So a really competitive lineup that we have out here today, but I'll keep it real quick for you guys. This will be our division champion, and we will follow up quickly here with this young lady's reserve. Thank you so much.
On the prospect steer side of things, the calf we're going to start off with over here for me is one that I think he does a lot of good. He's super wolfy in the way that he's made in terms of body shape. One that's big backed, he's thick-ended, he's one of the bigger bone steers out here. But to go with all this stoutness and power and look that he's got, he can get around the ring with a lot of flex and ease off of both ends of his skeleton. That calf picks his head up on the side profile. He gives you a good look. You get up close and he analyzes steer, and there's a lot of shape. Good calf. The calf that comes out right behind behind him in second is one that I love him up through his neck and how smooth he is at the point of his shoulder. He's a calf that's straight and strong in his lines and level and square back through his hip. Wants to turn out ever so slightly at times on his front end there. We'd like to see a touch more slope and curvature to his shoulders. The white-legged calf that comes out next, young man's done a great job of getting him shown. Big boned, a calf that's really cool to look at in terms of the style and power he's got. He's one for me if we could change him out here today. We'd like to just see him track out and be a touch freer off of both ends of his skeleton. Calf that leads out right behind him is one that sure's got some spring and shape to his body volume. He's a big top steer. He's one that sure is thick-ended. He just gets a touch shorter necked and fronted out here, and we'd like to lengthen him out, smoothing him up right at the point of his shoulder. The red baldy that comes out next is one that I think's got some length and some extension up through his front end. He's one that reads with some real shape and some rawness over that top. Maybe a nickel greener than some of the other steers out here, but that calf's deep in his twist and he's expressive down through his quarter at the same time. He's big-footed and very comfortable in the way that he goes. The calf that follows him out here and the white-legged steer that comes next is one that sure is smooth right at the point of his shoulder. He's one that sure has got some top shape to him. He's got some width and thickness about that. He's one we'd like to soften him up back through his rear rib and flank. And the calf we round the class off with, you sure like the body volume this steer's got. For me out here today, we'd like to pick him up in his front end and see him tie up just a touch smoother and higher right at the point of his shoulders. Nice set of prospect steers. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 1. We have the results out of Class 1D prospect steers. First place is going to go to back number 197, Hadley Geiger with EFC whiskey glasses. Second place go to back number 245, Weston Simpson. Third will also go to Weston Simpson. Fourth will go to back number 250, Chisholm Stetzer. And fifth will go to back number 257, Sutton Stelzer. We'll now be selecting your champion and reserve champion prospect steer.
Really, really nice single entry that comes next here in our Santa Gertrudis show. Just a really clean pattern, still moderate, big bone kind of female with plenty of center body there and femininity out front. Certainly one I'm excited to see as this thing shakes out in our division. Congratulations, sir. Very competitive female.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, first place out of Class 10, late senior yearlings. First place goes back number 300, exhibited by Chad Coker with Miss Double TT 2448. Next class in will be Class 12, late 2-year-old heifers.
Well, good, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give these prospect mini Hereford steer exhibitors a big round of applause. Fun part of the show out here, and we saw a lot of great cattle, and they sure came out here with a bang, that's for sure. The calf that came out of our first class up here, as we talked about him before, one that sure is big-legged, he's big-footed, he's real square in terms of his top shape, in terms of his design. He's one that you see a lot of youthfulness in, and I think a lot of future. The calf that comes out right behind him sure gives you a cool look from the profile, and he's one that I think hits you pretty hard when he came out here because he balances up so good. In terms of his rib shape, in terms of his muscularity, then he has it all tied together in a real well-balanced look. Young lady's calf that comes out of our third class out here is super stylish, I think. One that sure is so angular and crisp and chiseled up through that front end. She does an excellent job of getting that steer shown and put together. On the top side of his skeleton, he reads with plenty of shape, and he's square over his loin edge. You get right behind this calf, and he sure is thick-ended. One for me, if you could change him, you'd like to soften him up just a touch in terms of his rib shape, but I think that's one that's real useful and real sound in the way that he's put together. The steer that came out of our last class out here is one that sure is stout featured. I like the width and thickness this calf's got. I think the thing that hits home for me is he's so proportional in the way that he's put together, and he balances up so good. He's big-legged, he's big-footed, he's one that's uniform in his body depth, but to go with this, he's a calf that's shapely up through his forearm, right behind his shoulders. He's wide and square and carries that back through his loin. He's a calf that's thick and full up through that rump and very expressive down through his lower quarter. Showing steers is something that's awfully important to me. It's something that my boys do at home quite a bit. It's something we enjoy out here. The biggest thing we ever saw in showing steers is not what it did for us in terms of showing them out here, but what it did for our sons and how they came out of their shell and had so much fun doing. It was a sport that I feel very passionate about, and it's a great way of life. We'll go out and show you the ones that I like for Grand and Reserve. Tough show. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, your champion prospect steer is going to go to back number 197, Hadley Geiger with EFC whiskey glasses. Second place out of Hadley's class was exhibited by Weston Simpson. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion prospect miniature Hereford steer is going to go to back number 242, Addison Poe with KLD, Callie's Rebel 027. Once again, congratulations to all of our prospect steer exhibitors, and we will get started with your market steer show.
Lead the class off here with this gentleman's female here out front, just in terms of femininity and still plenty of depth and maternal value there in her center body. I just like how smooth and ultra neat this female there, especially as they're out front. I think a female, as we compare the two, certainly is a bit more long and leveled out of her hip and still drops there down through her flank some. We really like the heifer there in second in terms of her overall udder design as we compare the two, but in terms of functionality and still a practically driven female that can get out and reach and still be so feminine there out front. It's really hard to make them like that, and I commend them. A really close comparison here there in second. I think certainly excited that this particular female actually did have a bull calf there, because I think that's where she excels in a breeding program, just being one that is the bigger, big-footed, big-ended, very massive female. But as we just study her in terms of how feminine they are out front, just how they tie together in that way, to me she gets a bit shorter, she gets a bit rounder in her muscle design, but I still think, though, as we watch this bull calf in his future, certainly a bright one at that. A really smooth-made female here that comes next, one that's just a real moderate, really clean pattern kind of female, one that you really like quite a bit in terms of that regard. As we study them in comparison, we might want to see a bit of differences there in terms of her fluidness there on the move and her udder design at this stage in the game, but I think really certainly a massive bull calf there she has on side, and really kept it together very well with this age of calf, and so I understand those things. We round the class up with a real deep-bodied, a big-footed kind of female and a nice calf there at side. For some, just to get a bit of piece here in terms of her design as we compare her to the females ahead.
Well, congratulations over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring. We have class winner of back number 306, Country Legends Ranch. Second place will go to back number 307, Tyler Allen. Third goes to back number 308, Colby Treat. And fourth will go to back number 303, Emily Wiley. Now in ring 2 will be class 13, early 2-year-old heifers. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion senior females. As we move forward into these cow-calf pairs, I think as these cow-calf pairs and their calves get older and older, and we evaluate the ability of the female to still keep it together, but the quality of the calf, in my opinion, starts to play a bigger role at that. The young lady here will start our class off with the pair to my left. I'm just very impressed by the long and level hip there and the overall design of the calf there at side. To me, I feel like this female's definitely put into production here, a calf better than herself, and I think that's the name of the game here as we move forward into these older age groups here. A really smooth designed female, still very functional, maternal in her center body. Maybe for some you might want to see a bit more femininity there out front, but that's getting certainly picky. I think that's where this cow here excels in terms of her front 1/3 and how she's designed there over the top side of her skeleton there and her shoulder. She's a very flat-shouldered, feminine kind of female. One that as you study her in comparison maybe gets a little bit plainer. You want to see her certainly freer there on the move, but really putting it together here with a very massive and rugged bull at side. I think one with a great future ahead. Thank you.
Really nice steer we've got to start this class off with in this redneck calf that comes out. One that sure is stout featured in the way that he's put together. In terms of soundness, he does a very good job out here and getting it all put together, and he gets around the ring and hits the ground with a lot of flex and ease off of both ends of his skeleton. He's a calf that balances up so well. He's moderate in terms of his look. He's got tons of eye appeal to go with that. He's got worlds of style and power. I like him an awful lot. Calf that comes out next in second, I think follows him in terms of type and kind. A calf that's long and loose in his spine. He's level and square back through his rump. Still real shapely up through that forearm. Maybe just gets a touch more shoulder on him than we'd like to see in a nickel planer fronted compared to that class winner. Two good steers. The calf that comes out next in third is one that's presented to a T out here. Smooth shouldered kind of a steer. He's level and square back through his hip. He's one for me if we could go through and change him. We'd like to give him a shot more bone out here. We'd like to see him more expressive about his quarter. The bigger steer that comes out next out here in this class, young lady's got, is one that's really pulled apart underneath. He's got a lot of spring and shape to his rib. Wants to get a touch open right at the top side of his shoulders. We'd like to tone him down in his tail head just a touch. And the calf we round the class off with, real stylish and lean and trim up through that front end. He's one that's just a touch tighter in terms of his top line. We'd like to soften him up in his rear rib and flank. Nice set of steers out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, as we move into this next division, I think we have three very unique individuals, and kind of how you play your cards here today, I think you could go different directions. How I see him here, though, young man's here in the black hat brings us a younger female out here, but one that's really can hold a candle here to these older pairs. I think a female that today is a really great day for her to be out here, and just one that as we compare them, I'd like to see her have a bit more functionality and practicality to her as we compare it to these calves in there in terms of her future, but today she looks fantastic in terms of the way that she ties out of her hip and her center body. She's just really put together very nicely. I just am considering the fact that these older cows here have already put their cards on the table for us to see, and I think that all those things are important and stuff that we consider, which is why I feel that where you weigh your priorities really sorts this class. Gentleman's cow here in the middle, just one that I particularly liked in that class for her added femininity and her practical look there. One that, as we compared her to the female that was second in that class, maybe put a little more into the calf at this stage in the game, but in terms of her overall design and look, and then still practical, a functional build, I think those things are important and I value them highly. The young lady's cow here that came next, one that really excelled in that particular class for me in terms of the really jet level calf that she has there at side, one with an extreme future to her. We talked that particular pair just being one where she's putting so much into the calf, where the calf excels the cow, and I think that's we start getting production minded here. We start considering some of those things pretty handily. But I'd like to select the young gentleman's cattle here in the middle. Here will be our division champion. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Champion senior female is going to go to back number 306, exhibited by Country Legends Ranch. Second place in that class was exhibited by Tyler Allen.
As we mentioned earlier in that class, this female just being really excited there about the bull calf at side. I think a bull calf, as you get these cattle out here into production and you cross your fingers at what you're going to have based on the particular design of the cow, and I think a bull calf was definitely the great selection for this female here in her pedigree. A bull calf that has just got a super bright future to him. He's so impressive to me in terms of how long and extended there he is from nose to tail, very level from hooks to pins, and just balances super nicely. I would like to commend this particular crew here in terms of their management, especially as we talk about the udder of this cow, really excels in that ride. For all those reasons, she'll be our reserve division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your reserve champion over here in ring 2 for your senior female division is going to go to back number 307, exhibited by Tyler Allen.
Well, a nice trio of market steers we've got over here on the mini Hereford side of things. And the calf we're going to start off with is one that I think fits the bill quite well out here. Super sound on his feet. Because I love how powerful and square he is in terms of his upper hip. He's one that's presented to a T, a calf that's so smooth up through that front end. He's got no throat latch or chest floor in him, but he's got the right kind of slope to his shoulder. His pasterns have the right angles. At the same time, he's very uniform in his body depth. He's one that's probably the most powerful in terms of muscularity and width and thickness out here in my eyes. The dark red calf that comes out next in second, he sure is cool. He's stout and powerful. I like his underline and how even it is. He's one that sure is big-legged and big-footed, gets just a touch steeper up through that shoulder. He's more upright in terms of his pasterns. We'd like to lay him back just a touch. We'd like to see him a nickel freer when he gets off that front end. The calf we round the class off with is one that sure is burly in terms of his build. You like how husky middled he is. You like the width and thickness to go with that. One that's just coarser fronted for me out here today. We'd like to see him more uniform and even in terms of his underline. Three nice steers. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations over here in your mini Hereford ring. Class 2B, first goes back number 261, Katie Dismukes. Second will go to back number 271, Kaylin Kinder. And third will go to back number 267, Caden Isbell. Now in the ring will be class 2C, market steers.
Well, it's certainly been an honor this afternoon to judge our Open Santa Gertrudis female show. I think we've really had a deep set of quality from top to bottom, and just appreciate to have the opportunity to come out and show with the current conditions that we have going on in the world. I'm very appreciative to have this opportunity, and I'm very excited about the lineup that we have here today, from our younger females to our older pairs. I think if you're looking out here to select cattle and genetic lines here to get involved in the Santa Gertrudis breed, there's certainly some donor prospects, if you will, and I'm appreciative to have this level of quality out here. The young ladies calf champion female is just so smooth and balanced and attractive from the side. A female, I think, is hard to find a hole in, one with a very excellent future ahead of her. We just really appreciated her for her maternal values, but still being able to combine that with a very smooth and elegant design over the top side of her skeleton out through her hip. I think she's balanced as well, being a very moderate, well-built, good designed kind of female. The heifer here that comes next in line, one that I thought excelled in terms of how she was designed there from her shoulder back. A heifer there that's just really unique there from hooks to pins and still has a lot of practicality. A female that can get out and go, and one that I think super valuable in her own right. For me, we talked to her there earlier in division of maybe wanting to change her there out front through her neck just a touch, but guys, that's getting very picky, particularly in this breed. I think all of these exhibitors that have made it this far out here have definitely done some excellent selection in terms of things that I definitely value. The gentleman's pair here that comes next, a really unique division drive there. I think some differences in where you play your cards, and I appreciated this female here for her added femininity there out front. Just super functional and practical. Maybe putting a little more there in her calf as we talk about her condition today, a little greener there in her rib. But when we talk about true design and ability to get out and reach and go and then still be plenty naturally deep and plenty naturally feminine, and then a really nice heifer calf there at side with a ton of future to her. I think it's very exciting and really makes you scratch your head on how you're going to do this deal. But for me today, I think there's one that I really favor pretty handily. Congratulations. We are champion. Thank you.
Well, your grand champion of Santa Gertrudis females exhibited by back number 261. Daryl Pitchford with Miss Grandview G038. Reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Landon Stem.
Well, this gentleman brings us a female here in that particular division. I just thought was a chalk set there of power and dimension. I appreciated her for her maternal value at this stage in the game and her added femininity that out front. I think a heifer that has a tremendous future to her. She too can get out and move really handily. A heifer we like her in terms of her lines. For that reason, she'll be our reserve. Congratulations.
Really nice pair of market steers we've got to start this deal off with over here. The steer we're going to elect to use is one that I like an awful lot. He's sappy middled. He's sound in terms of his running gear at the same time. He's got some shape and some width and thickness and power to him. A calf that gives you a really cool look from the side. He's up-headed. He's chiseled about that front end. His shoulder lays in so neat to his forerib. And then you got on the top side of his blades. His neck hooks up high. Down his top line, he reads with a lot of width and thickness throughout. Awfully good steer. The calf that comes out next and second right behind him is another highly presented steer out here. I like how much mid-rib and flank he's got. He's sound on those feet and legs and get out and go. He just reads a little bit plainer about that front end compared to that class winner. Really cool looking steer that comes out next and third, one that's up-headed, presented to a T. He's one that's level and square back through that hip. For me, when he gets going, he wants to get tighter in his spine and up in his top. We'd like to soften him up in terms of his rear rib and flank. The calf we round the class off with, big-legged, big-footed kind of a steer. One we'd like to pull apart underneath and see some more body shape. We'd like to stouten him up in terms of his muscularity. Nice set of steers. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in our final class of market steers. First place go to back number 270, Ella Weldon with BGB Gusto. Second place went to Katie Dismusks with 3H Mighty Duck ET. Third place goes back number 266, Chisholm Setzer, and fourth will go to Caden Alexander. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion market steer. Over here in your Gert show, we are going to take a 15-minute picture break. Followed by that, we will start your bull show over here in ring 2.
Well, if we could, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause out here to our mini Hereford Market Steer exhibitors as we wrap up the mini Market Steer show. And as we've gone through them before, we'll talk them one by one out here in this group. We've got a calf up front here that came out of our first class, and when he came out here, he's one you sure appreciated how sound he is on his feet and legs. He's one that's shapely top. He's a thick-ended kind of a calf, still really unique in the way that he's put together out here. The calf that comes out right behind our last class right there, one that I think is really practical and useful in terms of his build. I love his hip and his hind leg and how much flex he's got when he gets out and goes. He's one that's pulled apart underneath, and he's plenty sappy about his rib shape. He's one when you get up high on this steer and you really read him, tremendous amount of shape from his shoulders back over his top and his loin. Very square out through his hip and where his tail head set lies. He's deep in terms of that twist and very shapely down through that quarter. A calf that's got that much to him and he's got that much power, he can really get out and go good. The calf that comes out right behind him in our last class out here, one that I think is really cool to stand back and study. So chiseled up through that front end, very uniform in terms of that body depth. One that can really get out in terms of his running gear and go, but at the same time, he's got the eye appeal and balance of a show steer. He's got the power, and he puts it all together in a real smooth moving kind of a package. It's been a pleasure to sort through your mini Herefords today in this mini Hereford Steer Drive out here. Once again, my hat's truly off to the group that helped organize from Oklahoma this mini Hereford show out here, the staff that put it on. This is a great event. Like I said earlier today, in your female drive, there's life-changing events, and I think the Cattlemen's Congress is that. It's that way for a way of life and for the cattle industry. It's been impressive for me to be here the last couple of days, and my hat's truly off to you. If we could, folks, let's give him a big round of applause. I'm going to go out and find your Market Steer champion. Congratulations to you, and thank you for having me.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion Market Steer here in your miniature Hereford show is going to go to back number 270, exhibited by Ella Weldon with BGB Gusto. Second place out of Ella's class, exhibited by Katie Dismusks. And your reserve champion is going to go to back number 261, Katie Demukes with MSL Gunner 436G. And once again, a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Matt Leo. Over here in your miniature Hereford ring, we are going to take a break for pictures, and we'll return back with your group classes. Well, it looks like we are about ready to get started over here in ring 2 for your bull show here in the Santa Gertrudis ring. First class in the ring will be Class 1 early summer bull calves born May 1st and after.
Well, a really nice way to start off our Santa Gertrudis Bull Show. Gentlemen, bull here to my left is the biggest footed, longest spined bull here that's the most relaxed in terms of his spine and still really balanced there and plenty powerful as you get out and study him there from behind. A really unique bull here, a very exciting way to start our bull show off here today. He will be first. And second is going to be the young lady to my far right. I appreciate the added moderation and clean pattern look that this bull possesses. A bull I feel moves second best there on the go as you study him on the move. A calf here that is ultra clean there, very tight in terms of his overall design, and certainly useful in that ride in a breeding program. Young lady's bull here that rounds our class off with, I do understand he's a bigger footed, bigger framed bull, and I don't mind those things about him. I like his added power, but I really want to relax him in his spine as he gets out and go and relax him on his back too. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2 out of your first class of bulls. First place goes to back number 221, exhibited by Daryl Pitchford. Second will go to back number 207, Connors State College Show Team. And third, also to Connors State College.
Well, a combination bull here that is going to lead us off. He'll be first in our Class 2 of the bull show here. Just one that's a bit cleaner patterned there. As we study him in terms of his overall design, I really like the way that he ties, especially over the top side of his skeleton. A calf there, as we study him there on the go, moves a little freer there than his contemporaries in this particular lineup. I think one that's very smooth and balanced, maybe a bit plain for some, but I think a bull that has the very unique features there that tie together so handily. That's why he wins this class. Very unique bull here in second, one that's certainly the biggest footed, thickest ended calf that we have here, and I do very much so appreciate his added moderation in this particular, in a breeding program in the Santa Gertrudis breed. I think that adds a tremendous set of value. But for me, I think she gets a little bit shorter coupled, and I certainly like to see him freer there on the move as he gets out and reaches. A bull that comes next is very neat in his design. I like his added length of hip, his length of spine. A calf in terms of his design, I think has a certainly bright future, but for me, we got to power him up there as we study him on the from behind. The bull that rounds our class out with is round in terms of his muscle design and certainly expressive in that manner, and I appreciate the dimension that he brings to the table, but for me, he gets a bit piecier, gets a bit bolder in places, and we'd like to just see him tie together a bit smoother in my preference. Thank you.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place will go to back number 236, Connors State College Show Team. Second will go to back number 242, Top Shelf. Third will go to back number 237, Daryl Pitchford. And fourth will go to back number 227, Colby Treat. We'll now bring in Class 3 early junior bulls over here in your Santa Gertrudis ring. Ring 1, champion pair of females exhibited by Ella Weldon. Reserve went to Callan Kinder, and third went to Landon Watson.
I tell you what, if you need to watch the Santa Gertrudis bull show, because this bull here will certainly grab your attention quick. A really big-footed, moderate-framed, rugged-built kind of bull, one that balances up really nicely. As you study him in terms of his overall power and dimension, turn to that rib shape on that three-quarter view, you really like this bull quite a bit and can tie into him pretty easily. He'll be our class winner. And second's going to be the gentleman here with the cowboy hat in the middle. I think a bull here that balances up nicely, and I think excels in terms of being second place here for just having that added reach and extension there as he gets out on the go. A calf, as we study him compared to our class winner, may want to see him a bit more dimensional there with some turn to his rib shape. We round the class off with a very level-hipped, neat designed kind of bull, but one we want to free him on his back too to move any higher. Gentleman gets this bull stuck. This will be a single entry in this class. Brings us a real smooth made, deep bodied, soggy kind of bull. One that's a really easy doing kind of herd sire prospect here that can get out and reach really handily. One, as you study him, you might want to link them there out of the hip if you want to get picky on him. But a really nice bull here in this class. Congratulations. Two real nice bulls here that come next in our Santa Gertrudis Bull Show. I think some differences in overall type and kind that I see here. You've got one bull that's more moderate, a really thick-ended, deep-bellied kind of bull that's a bit more jammed together in his overall build, but one that if you're looking for a dimension and to give him a ton of belly and drop him down some in overall size, I think he's certainly an excellent prospect for that. And then we've got the gentleman's bull here to my left that's the long-bodied, freer-moving, a really neat design kind of bull there from the side, maybe not quite as powerful there as you study him from behind like the darker bull, but if you're really wanting to give him some design and some functionality, those things that I've been asking for earlier in the heifer show, he'd be your pick. And so for me, he's first. The young lady here is second. Thank you.
And your banners.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion pair of bulls went to Ella Weldon, reserved to Landon Watson. And then your champion got a sire was Ella Weldon and BGB Bendover. And reserve champion's going to go to Callan Kinder with 6E Jesse James. Also, your premier exhibitor for your miniature Hereford Open Show is going to go to Ella Weldon. And your premier breeder is going to go to KLD Miniature Herefords. Once again, congratulations to our miniature Hereford exhibitors. We will see you tomorrow over here in Ring 1 at noon for your junior miniature Hereford show.
Great lineup here as we move in our division for this bull show. in the Santa Gertrudis ring this evening. We've got some really unique herd sire prospects here. Certainly some individuals could tie into these breeding programs and get some things done. I think the youngest bull out here is certainly one to catch your attention there through studying him out through his hip. How long and level he is in that regard is very valuable to me. I think he balances up really nicely and can get out and move with the best of them. I like that about him quite a bit. The bull here that the young lady is leading out next, I think definitely deserves some extra mention there on the microphone there. I think he's one that in terms of his development, his foot and bone, balanced body, I think these two bulls fit together pretty handily. Young lady here in the green will be our division champion, and we will follow up with this baby bull here for reserve. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Your champion bull calf is going to go to back number 255, exhibited by Colby Treat. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 221, exhibited by Daryl Pitchford. Now in the ring, we will look for Class 6 late summer yearling bulls. Well, gentleman brings us a long-spined individual here, a big-footed kind of bull, one that's really smooth there as he balances up from forerib to flank. A calf you like quite a bit. It's a shame he must have scared off his competition here. This will be a single entry. Congratulations. As we move into these older bulls, the young lady here in the black is going to lead us off with just being the more easier moving kind of bull out here in this class one that's chock full of power as you study him.
as you get behind him and study him there out front, a bull that I think is really put together nicely in terms of his overall development. Now, I do appreciate the added length, the added levelness of hip there from the bull that will be second today there on the standstill. He's certainly smooth built, certainly a picture, a silhouette that you really like to see in terms of his balance, depth of body, how smooth he is. But for me, I really would just like to see him easier and freer there on the go.
Well, congratulations. In Class 9, first place go to back number 294, exhibited by Callie Kimball. Second place go to back number 295, exhibited by Connor State College. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve yearling bull.
Move to this division here. The gentleman brings us a real long spine bull. We talked earlier in his particular class just being a real smooth made for your going kind of bull. One that I think's got a real bright future as he moves into his herd production plan. The bull here in the middle is a real big-footed, soggy-middled, easy keeping kind of bull. If you've got some harder-bodied, slicker-fronted kind of cattle, I think he'd be an excellent match. He just seems like one there that would just be really easy feeding and add some bone and stoutness there to him. Then we've got the young lady's bull here on the end, being a touch bigger frame than the one we just talked, but one that certainly balances up proportionally and is a matter of muscle, mass, and foot and bone. I do appreciate him for in his particular lineup there being the cleaner jointed, easier moving bull there. I like his added length of spine. He will be our division champion. Congratulations. We'll quickly follow up here with the bull in the middle for our reserve division.
Well, congratulations. Your champion yearling bull goes to back number 294, exhibited by Callie Kimball, and reserve's going to go to back number 283, exhibited by Daryl Pitchford. At this time, we're going to bring in Class 10 late senior yearling bulls.
Pretty good candidate here of being our class and division champion, quick all-in-one. I think a bull that's just very moderate, big-footed, balanced, level-hipped, neat in terms of his center body. I think a very unique herd sire prospect, and we'll see how this still shakes out. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, first place in Class 10 will go to back number 302, Holly Ann Roach. That will be your automatic division winner, and we will now select your grand and reserve grand champion over here in ring 2.
This is certainly one of the best lineups of Santa Gertrudis bulls I've had the pleasure to sort. I think we, from top to bottom here, have 3 very unique herd sires that I'm certain will sell some semen and go on to produce some really nice champions in their own right. I think they're all individually very useful in their breeding programs and their future, and I've had the pleasure here to sort these 3. I'll tell you shortly what I think and pick our champs. So the youngest bull out here, I appreciate his moderation, his depth of body, and he can get out and reach and go and still have plenty of foot and bone there to support the system. I think this bull here has a unique future to him and a very big place there in the Santa Gertrudis breed. I'm very excited to have the pleasure to have sorted him today. The young lady's bull here in the middle, a touch bigger frame than either side, bulls on either side of him. However, bulls on either side of him are certainly moderate. I think this bull brings us a tremendous strength out of his top, a really big-ended, powerful bull that really also has a tremendous amount of move and flex to him. I do like how balanced he is. A bull here that is the oldest in this particular show today, I think is just the biggest footed, softest sided kind of bull out here in this lineup. I think he's really unique and balances up nicely there on the standstill. One that certainly doesn't disappoint as you get out and study him from behind. A bull that's very impressive in that right. For me, I may want to see him a touch easier on the go, but I think he's certainly trucking around there with a really big package of soft and functional middle there. I think a bull with a lot of power and bone. Those are some big features of him that I really admire. With that being said, I'll take us another look at these bulls here and select our champion, Santa Gertrudis bull. Again, thank you very much for everyone having me out today. It's certainly been an honor.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Santa Gertrudis bull, is going to go to back number 255, Colby Treat with 3 T's, Cyrus 901H1 Golden Boy.
This young bull calf here that comes out in contention for reserve is certainly one we talked earlier of being one that demands attention there as you study him out through his hip and hind leg and how he sets down and he really has plenty of free and easy move about him. I just love his design. I think he certainly has a tremendous future to him. For me today, the bull I'm going to use for reserve is going to be our oldest bull here. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations, your reserve grand champion bull. Go to back number 302, exhibited by Holly Ann Roach with Grandview 285 G2. Once again, congratulations to all of our bull exhibitors. We will now get started with. Are we going into group? Are we going to do?
Yeah.
We're going to go right into our group classes. First class will be Produce of Dam. Congratulations in your Produce of Dam class. First place will go to Landon Stem. Now in the ring, we'll bring in your Get of Sire class. First place in that class is going to go to back number 314, Colby Treat.
They bringing them all in.
That means there's
So we just had a small set of groups here. This will be your champion Get of Sire. I think it's a very unique opportunity out here with, we don't have a ton of them, but it's really hard to put a set like this here together. I think certainly a sire there to pay attention to here. Congratulations, you guys, on your Get of Sire win today. Really deep set.
We are going to take a brief picture break and we'll return back with your Star 5 Heifer Show. this time over here in ring 2, we're going to bring in class 1 of your Star 5 heifer calves, born September 1st and after. 3 entries in this class.
I'm going to lead the class off with a very impressive female here on the end of my far left. Just a really big-footed, easy-doing, thick-ended kind of female that's still very feminine there out front. Certainly a very unique female here to lead us off in our Star 5 show. Congratulations. In second place will be the female on the far right. A really clean pattern, long and extended, feminine-made kind of female, one that's very long and level out of her hip, and I appreciate that about her. To get around our class winner here, we're going to have to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and give her a bit more belly there. The female that's going to round our class off with is one that's really soggy and deep in terms of her center body, very functional and practical in that right. For me, we'd like to level her from hooks to pins there to get around our class winner there. Nice set of Star 5s here to start off our show.
Well, congratulations. First place will go to back number 264, exhibited by Country Legends Ranch. Second will go to back number 239, Bo David Williford. And third will go to back number 256, Daryl Pitchford. Now in the ring is your final class here in our Star 5 show. This will be senior heifers born January 1st to December 31st.
Well, I do appreciate the maternal value this female brings us in terms of how functional and fluid she is there on the go. Still plenty feminine, very balanced kind of female from forerib to flank. Certainly a big contender in this deal. Congratulations to our class winner. So we get the Star 5 female drive out here. I think we've got two really impressive individuals to represent our Star 5 show in the sector of this breed. I think it's very hard to make these kind of quality cattle correctly colored and just at this level of intensity and competition. So I commend these exhibitors and breeders for the work they've put into making these females such. I think the differences that we see here, just the female here to my far right is a bit more moderate, very elegantly presented, super striking there in her design, especially out of her hip. She's a big-footed, thick-ended kind of female, still plenty feminine out front. And then we have the older heifer there getting closer to calving, one that's certainly balances up nicely in terms of her maternal value. As we get behind them and set them into their pin set and really break them down. For me today, the young man's calf here will be our champion, but we will follow up with the Brock-faced heifer here for reserve. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion female is going to go to back number 264, Country Legends Ranch, and reserve is going to go to back number 299, Daryl Pitchford. Once again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. That does complete your shows today here in the Jim Norick Arena.